Hey everyone, and welcome to the Chess.com Global Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, taking time out of his business schedule with us. It's Lawrence Trent. How are you doing today, Lawrence?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks, John Ludwig. Great to be back here to see another leg of this wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and let's go through what we will be witnessing today. This is the play-in phase, and we are doing two qualification tournaments every Monday and Friday in July, basically between July 11th and August 5th. Actually, you can still make it into the play-in phase. You watching right now can become verified on chess.com and play in the open qualifiers, which then lead into the play-in phase. So this is really a global tournament for everyone. We're looking at a 9-round tournament today, 10 minutes for each player, and 2 players move on to the knockout stages. The first place goes straight through, and after our 9 rounds, we will have a match between the second and third place finisher to find out who the second player to make it through is. We're going to also now take a look at the different phases. You can see that the open qualifier phase, open to anyone who's verified on chess.com, it's still going on. It will have another 2 qualification tournaments to participate in. The play-in phase ends on August 5th, so we are closing in on the last opportunities to make it through for these players before the knockout phase. After the knockout phase, there will be an in-person final in Toronto, Canada, at the end of October. So that's that. That's what we have to look forward to. And the knockout phase will have some very big celebrities already pre-qualified, invited into the tournament. Who are you looking forward to seeing, Lawrence?
Well, I mean, they're all big names, aren't they? Vishy Anand, great to see Vishy. He actually, his last tournament, he played brilliantly, so he's still very much in form. MVL, great to see him. Jan Chistov, big name. Jan Nepomniachtchi, big name. Vladimir Kramnik, great to see Vladimir also in the mix. Vasil Ivandruk as well, of course. Ho Yifan, also great to see some female representation in this tournament. Tons of huge names, and credit really to the tournament.
And also in that bunch of players, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, who will be fighting it out for the World Championship title next year. There are also prizes to this qualifier. The first place finisher taking home $850. And also a prize for the highest non-titled player. But in reality, the biggest prizes are not these for this qualification event. The biggest prize is qualifying into the knockouts and into the finals, where you are guaranteed $5,000 and the first place overall, a whooping 200,000. For that first place.
Yeah, an amazing first prize. It still kind of overwhelms me slightly when I see that prize up there, because it's basically the biggest prize by some distance for a tournament of this nature. So I think it's a credit to really what is being produced and where we are at in chess at the moment. We are experiencing a mini boom. It's great for the sport that we're able to put up prizes like this. It's going to attract more people, and it's also going to attract, of course, the best of the best to participate. So really, really excited to see how this tournament pans out. But today, of course, still plenty more places up for grabs. Who are some of the big names, Jon Ludwig, playing today in this tournament?
One of the big names playing, where we're gonna dive into as the games are starting out. It's Anna Kramling here
Oh,
with the white pieces against
oh,
Immat.
wow. Okay, starting with Anna, huh? Of course, for those of you who don't know, Anna, the daughter of a famous chess couple, the one and only, one of the greatest ever from Sweden, Pia Kramling, and Mr. Bayon Lopez from Spain, two grandmasters as parents. Very unusual to have two grandmasters as parents, but she's carrying the flag for them and is one of the most successful streamers and, let's call it, new age personalities. Very young. What is she, like 21, 20, something like that?
She's 20, and do you think it's an advantage having two grandmasters as parents? Is that the ingredient to make for a fantastic chess player?
Well, I don't know. There might be a bit of additional pressure. It might actually dissuade you from playing. It's a tricky one to say, but she's a talented player. She's not going to be world champion. She almost certainly hasn't reached her peak, but really it's a question for Anna as to what she really wants to do. Does she want to do the streaming career and then you can't really improve as a player, or does she really want to put the work in and try and improve her levels? So,
Well,
but she's, yeah,
yeah, I was gonna say she is streaming right now,
right,
but I think that is causing her some problems because she's playing way too slow in this Nimso Indian opening. We've seen in the past in these 10-minute events, we're playing without getting that extra second per move you make, and that is just so destructive when you get low on time that she really needs to pick up the pace to be competitive here.
yeah. You can't play slow, and actually, the really really good players in this tournament, having commentated already a few of these tournaments, you notice how they put the pressure on the clock, and a lot of the lower rated guys actually get perfectly good positions, but they just have no time to deal with it. So you really do have to play fast. And okay, she's down 2 minutes already, way too slow. She said we're about 8, 9 moves in, and now she's going to have to think, and it's going to be tricky for her. So expecting, unfortunately, the higher rated opponent to win this one.
The pressure is on White's
Yes.
center, but as we move on, we're going to take a look at the big fish, who is one of the pre-tournament favorites, and he is also a player who just consistently gets into very complicated positions. I watched him the last time I did this qualification commentary, and he was taking enormous risks, especially with the black pieces. Here we see him with the white pieces, and that seems much more comfortable, with the white pieces now starting to eye that black king.
Yeah, he does like a complicated struggle. He's an exciting player to watch. I'm very surprised he hasn't qualified yet. Actually, he's played a bunch of these events and just kind of not quite getting there. So he hasn't got that long to go. I guess he's going to play all of them until the finish because, of course, if you do qualify, you get a minimum $5,000. So that's well worth your time already. And with more good players qualifying, his chances of qualifying are increasing, of course.
And
But still
also
some great
here,
players.
yeah,
Yeah.
and also here we see the lower rated player taking a lot of time early on, and that will be punished by these high rated opponents. Here, the big fish, Fedoseyev of Russia. Moving on, we're also going to stop by one of the other pre tournament favorites from France. It's Anavel, and he is in a rather symmetrical position. All the pawns are placed similarly on opposite sides of the board. And often this has a tendency of dragging the game towards a drawn result. However, with so many pawns on the board right now, Black is trying to say that the knight will be superior to the bishops, as the bishops right now are pointing in towards their own pawns and the opponent's pawns, meaning that the knight is much freer to maneuver, trying now to get into the middle of the board to that important d4 square.
Yeah, and just a few words about some of the players we just saw. Playing black against anachronic, I am Matt, is actually, I didn't realize it's Matthew Turner, who I know, who've known for 25 years, from the north of England, now representing Scotland, a very, very experienced grandmaster. And Annawel is Jules Moussard, one of the most talented players on the circuit from France, extremely handsome and extremely talented, a very nice combination. He will be going to Chennai. So what's really interesting is that he's playing this game. Excuse me. Hold on a second here. Crime everywhere. He's going to be going to Chennai and playing board 1 for France, as both Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja will not be competing, which is a big shame for France.
And Etienne Bacrot.
And Etienne Bacrot. So you've got 3 key players out. Jules will be carrying the flag on board 1. As I say, very talented, and a big, one of the big favorites to qualify from this tournament. So my question is, a lot of players already departing for Chennai at the airports already. Is he playing at the airport, do you think? Is he at home? Be curious to know where he's playing this game.
The first game of the Chess Olympiad in India will be played on Friday. So my expectation is that he's still at home in France.
Yes.
And despite lacking 3 of their best players, France is actually still a really strong team, and a team that will be vying for a medal in the Chess Olympiad, which is a sort of world championship for countries.
Exactly. So we'll see. Okay. And yeah, as you said, he's better here because the knight can jump into d4. So, and it's difficult for white to actually come up with a plan here. Queen c1. All right, this move doesn't impress the machine.
It's actually just a blunder of a pawn. The queen was protecting the pawn on b4, and when she moves back, that pawn is undefended. Jules Moussard now taking his time, trying to consider whether this pawn is worth grabbing, because capturing that pawn will open up the board a bit for white's bishops. But on the other hand, an extra pawn can win the game. So he does think about it, and he does make the decision to do the capture.
Yeah, it's an outside pass pawn protected. Queen a3 does not do anything too special, because worst case you go a5. And I'm pretty sure that's what Jules is going to do, protecting the knight. You can also go knight c6. You could even be a clever clogs and go knight d5 here, which is a curious move, because you kind of force the queen trade, or you can give a check and take. No, you can't. No, you can't take now, but I guess he's going to go a5 or knight d3. He wants to do it this way. Also extremely clever and much more precise, of course.
The knight is under threat from both the bishop and the rook, but the problem was there was also an attack on white's queen, and when the queens are exchanged, the knight falls back into a good position, and black is just winning the game with an extra pawn. And with that, we're going to move on to Gregory Oparin, who is playing with an American flag. I believe he is studying in the US. He has a significant advantage on the clock, but if we count number of pawns, it is an equal situation. And these early game rounds are crucial for the top-rated players. You don't want to fall behind in the early stages.
No, you absolutely don't, because firstly, every point counts, and secondly, your tiebreak scores are also affected. If you lose early, you get a much worse tiebreak, and for that second and third position, it's important to actually have a good tiebreak. So it's really you want to get off to a good start. But I have to say, fair play to Black, playing perfectly fine. No serious issues, I would say here. Well, you've got the pawn. You've got the pawn on, but can you just go knight d7 here and say, I'm not completely concerned?
That's the big question. Will Black be losing this pawn on a5? Yes, the answer to that is absolutely. You will be losing that pawn. It's surrounded by the white pieces. But the question is, can you make white capture this pawn in such a fashion that you manage to start a counterattack on the white pawn instead? And that's precisely what Black has done here, with that rook coming in, attacking the knight. If the knight captures the pawn, there will be the rook coming up, maybe even starting to attack the white king, which is left undefended. And the white pieces on the side of the board not being an impressive sight in this moment. So moving back to that position, rook b8, attacking the knight, is actually a brilliant move.
Great.
And we might see the first upset of the tournament here.
Well, I don't know about upset. I don't think white is worse, but yeah, a mini upset maybe if Oparin doesn't win this. But Black has played brilliantly so far. So my question is, can you just go rook b7 and knight b5, or are we blundering something?
A big question now. The rooks eyeing each other. Black can make the capture, but that would allow the white pawn to move even further forward. Do you want to allow that? Yes, says Zhao Hai with the black pieces. The trade has been made. This pawn is just 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. It needs to be eliminated with some haste. And rook b7, was that your move, Lawrence?
Yeah, well, he decided to trade it. This is probably also good enough, actually, because the king rushes now, and you also have an a pawn, and this is probably good enough to hold the bar. Oh, the bar went nuts. Oh, did he put the king on the wrong square? You have these endings can be particularly tricky. Maybe you have to go a4 there, actually. On the last
it's a very tricky situation once you allow the opponent to have a pawn just 1 square away from becoming a new queen. A quick succession of moves there, but it was a pseudo sacrifice. White was trying to lure the black knight into capturing the white knight, as then a new queen would emerge. That means the knight needed to step back, which was the move Black played. But in that instance, a pawn is lost on the side of the board, and white now with an extra pawn. And that is a big pawn. That is the kind of distraction pawn that will force Black into moving their king over to that side of the board, leaving the rest of the black pawns on the opposite flank completely undefended.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see Black surviving this now because, as you said, it's a distraction pawn. If the king comes over, all of those kingside pawns drop off. So I'm very confident now that Oparin is going to win this. He's going to win e4, and then he's going to rush the king, f3, g4, g5.
All of black pawns are being eliminated in the very near future. And with that, we are going to move on to one of the other games. Here, playing with the black pieces, it's Samvel Tersakayan of Armenia, who is one of the favorites to make it through to the knockout stages, but not when he's playing like this. He is down on material because, in general, a knight and bishop is considered superior to the rook. So he is in some major trouble right here against Giansar of Greece.
Yeah, and Giansar playing well, lining up the bishop and queen against the g6 pawn. I like this very much. This is classy stuff. And yeah, I mean, as I say, it seems like every time I commentate this tournament, there's always something goes horribly wrong for one of these big favorites in the first round. This is a catastrophic position for white because sorry, for black, I should say. Sorry, for black. You know, it's very difficult to actually continue here.
And he needs to continue quickly, because right now, very often we see these kind of situations where the supposedly better player is doing quite poorly, but has a time advantage. That is not the case here. And Jiansar, not being distracted by this black pawn, just continues pushing the pawn forward in the middle of the board, trying to distract the black pieces. There's no doubt in my mind that they will be trying to use the bishop and queen pointing down on black's king in the very near future.
Yeah, and white's probably going to play d7 as well, just to make sure that black can never play rook takes d6, which would defend the pawn laterally. And then white has to find a good discovery with the knight. A move like knight c5, for example, would be useful, getting out the way. And then black has to attend to that pawn, and then you can play knight takes b7 and a whole bunch of moves. So this just looks like, and the bar is confirming it, but this just looks like toast for Sam chess move. Queen c3 is a very unusual way of treating this position, but the two,
they abandon the attack and instead go for the queen trade, knowing that this pawn, just 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, could decide the game if the queens are traded. However, black doesn't really have a choice. So the queen trade is made.
Oh, I didn't like that move. I didn't like that move, Jon Ludwig. Oh, maybe it's okay, sorry. Now bishop b3, bishop e6. You want to get that bishop into e6 and restrict that king, and then there we go.
The bishop is coming in to support the white pawn. The white king also with the option of moving forward afterwards. This is looking very problematic for one of the best players in this event. In fact, the last time I did commentary on the qualifier, Samuel, he actually made it to that playoff between the second and third placed player. So he is definitely one to look out for. But if he starts here with a loss in the first round, that's going to be extremely detrimental to his chances.
Well, it's basically, I mean, it's not over, but it's, you need to get 8 out of 9, because even 7.5, your tie break's not going to be good enough. So it's.
So you've already given up on this game for him?
I mean, I've given up on the tournament for him, not just the game. I think the tournament is done for him if he loses this. The game is also theoretically, I mean, bishop b7. Okay, I'm not. Okay, he just wants to. Now he should go a3, I think, and then come back to c6. There we go.
White only has 1 minute left in this situation. Will that be enough time? The players are not getting any extra time per move they make. So right now, it's a rapid finish.
You can take on g5 here. It's really over. King d6, knight f7 check. It's super over now. I mean, take on g5, nothing to think about. There we go. King e3. Still have knight f. Now you can make a queen. Or you can take. Oof, I would have made a queen there, but okay, hurry up. It's still completely winning. 2 pawns now. Now you run the other one. This is good.
But importantly, what white has done is started pre-moving. That was an absolute necessity in the situation. Just getting those quick moves on the board, and now the knight coming in to assist the pawn. D7. And the pawn is promoted. White is going to win this game. A big upset here already in the first round, and that may have destroyed Sam's tournament already in the first round.
Yeah, very unlikely he qualifies this one. But he's going to fight. White is making a meal of it, I would say, slightly. I mean, he's got 20 seconds, should be more than enough. Oh, my goodness. He's kind of... All right, gets rid of the last pawn. Is he going to go for the 2 queens? Okay.
Right now, he's just...
What is he doing?
He's just moving quickly. He's basically just trying to win on time against the king. In some ways, that is the most efficient way of avoiding a stalemate finish But here he comes with the 2 queens, making sure that the king has no escape. And with 10 seconds to go, he does make the finish. And also a quick duel here. It's Chess Cheng making a potential upset here, but only has 5 seconds left. And it's a stalemate draw. Oh my gosh, what a finish. What an unfortunate turn of events. The bishop and knight coordinating very nicely, too nicely, against the black king, and it's actually a stalemate in the end. Wow, what an unfortunate way to waste what should have been a very impressive win for Chess Chen.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed. But you know, when you get down to your last seconds, you expect these sorts of things to happen. So.
And as a matter of fact, we're already started with the second round. And I'm joining here the game of Benjamin Book of the Netherlands. He has also played here against the Nimso Indian opening of Indian Fisher. And if Indian Fisher lives up to their username, this will be a big challenge for Book.
Yeah, Benjamin Book has also played a bunch of these tournaments. I'm not sure how close he's gotten to actually qualifying. The ones that I recall, I don't think he's got that close. Sort of always hanging around the top 10, but never enough. So kind of curious not to see Ben, because he's obviously, you know, an extremely talented player. But for whatever reason, not being able to bring it home.
Well, to be fair, it's rather tough tournament. And there are some very very good competitors.
Sure, no, of course, but you know, he's a young guy. He was not that far off 2650, so you know, I expect more from the young guys. Jon Ludwig, you know, you got guys like the Big Fish and Gada Kamsky's in there a bunch, and you know. But the young guys, I always give them a bit of an extra chance because it's rapid, but maybe that's just not the.
But Benjamin and Big Fish is the same age, no? I think your view on what is young has been rather skewed.
Yeah, it's
in
skewed.
your older days.
You tell me, what is young nowadays in chess?
I don't know. I don't think Benjamin qualifies. Benjamin is 27 years old, no?
Oh, he's that old? I actually thought he was younger. Okay. Wow. Yeah, he's past it. He's done. Ben, time
so
to
you're no longer fancying his chances.
No, he's done so, Ben. I thought he was a lot younger. I thought he was like 23, 24. So yeah, it's just over. Jon Ludwig, how old? You must be 30 now, 31?
I'm 32 now, Lawrence.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's just boots time.
I can only imagine how old you are at this stage.
I hung my boots up a long time ago, buddy.
Benjamin Book here with the white pieces. He's being very aggressive with his pawns. He's facing a long-term issue, and that is the fact that his bishop on the dark squares is being blocked by white's own pawns in several directions. And Indian Fisher is trying to use that time to launch an attack against the white king in the meantime. But I do think this attack is very easy to deal with. I just want white to move this knight away into a defensive position and then push the pawn forward to chase away the black knight. Once this black knight is pushed away, any attack black think they may have is gonna evaporate.
Yeah. One of those positions which optically looks like it's maybe okay for black, but you're absolutely right. Once the knight gets pushed away, suddenly the black position goes back, and you know, white is just much better.
And we're going to be moving on to some of our other players. Big Fish, who we have been talking about. He has had a tendency in these tournaments to take undue risks with the black pieces. And here he does have the black pieces again, and he has taken an enormous amount of risk with his king still left in the middle of the board. The white queen potentially eyeing that king in the near future. There's also potential for a bishop to get on the diagonal to attack the king, in addition to just pawn advances in the middle of the board to start attacking these black pieces that are at the moment the only ones defending the king. And as we can see by the eval bar on the left hand side, indicating a great advantage for white right now, but it does require accuracy. And that's why CKG Chess of Turkey is now contemplating their next move.
So is the move here the famous move that we see in these Sicilians, knight into d5? It looks very tempting because after it's a classic knight sacrifice, maybe we can put some moves on the board here. Yeah, so knight here. Again, the bar has shot down a little bit, so it might not be right, but it hasn't gone to 0, which is normally good. And after pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn, discover check. If you now block with the bishop here, rook to e1 tends to be, am I running into some bishop g4 thing here? Probably, right?
It does seem like that. White can start sacrificing, but once you start sacrificing, you're committed to your attack. And if you are repelled, there will be no going back, which explains why in this game, they're taking their sweet time with the decision. So after this b4 move, attacking the knight has moved to the edge of the board. I would have liked to see the bishop coming in there, pointing in towards the black king. Now the big fish has taken charge in the center, developing his bishop, putting pressure on this undefended white pawn. But the question remains, can white push these pawns forward to open up the situation before black's king gets into safety?
Yeah, difficult one to say. I always feel like the better players tend to get out of these positions on top because they're very complex. You need to calculate really precisely if you're going to get something through. So in general, somebody like Big Fish is going to calculate much better than CKG Chess, but you never know. So
when you play high risk positions like this, it often means that one little mistake is going to be your downfall. And I guess that's a potential problem for Big Fish here. However, having taken these enormous risks, that made CKG Chess think a lot about what sacrifices were available and which sacrifice might be their optimal choice. And that has led to Big Fish having an enormous 6-minute lead on the clock. And 6 minutes in this format where you're not getting extra seconds per move you make, that is just crazy. And I'm not sure you can come back from that, even if you do have promising attacking possibilities.
Yeah, it's just too much. Again, Rook HF1 I really like, but it's a move really you should be making much quicker. The idea is, well, here actually, wow, Bishop E7. Can you take on F7 here? You probably can. It's probably very interesting. Rook sacrifice. Then after King takes F7 to go Rook F1 check. Well, Queen H5 is also interesting, but Rook F1 looks very tempting. And if King G8, Knight takes E6, the diagonal opens up and Queen G4 is coming and all kinds of stuff is going on in such a position. This is very, very nasty. I would play Rook takes F7 for the clout. You know, Jon Ludwig, that's what the young'uns do now. He did? No.
Well, he did something similar. So the problem with Rook takes F7, my computer informs me, is that black can go
Ah,
bishop g5, putting an attack on white's king, and then using the queen, not the king,
yes.
to recapture, making sure that the king still has the option of castling and getting out of dodge. Instead, to prevent these castling ideas, white has gone knight takes e6. Now the knight are controlling the squares next to the king, making sure the king cannot castle. The knight does get captured, but then the queen comes in, gives a check on the king. The king has to remain in the middle of the board, and this would be a very exciting game if not for the fact that white is down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. And there's absolute, I mean, even if you get back the knight you just sacrificed, you're just not going to be able to make the checkmate in 90 seconds at this stage. So I'm going to call it for the big fish. Really enterprising play from both players. I feel like we're going to be watching the big fish every single time he has the black pieces because he is a guarantee for excitement. But right here, the time management of the white player has just ruined everything, and black will take the victory.
Any other games of interest then, Jon Ludwig, in this round?
I'm gonna jump on to our
Ooh.
French friend, Mr. Jules Mozart, who will be representing his country in the Chess Olympiad in India very soon. And he has an extra knight. So white has one knight more than his opponent, but black, on the other hand, has 3 pawns in return for that. And the white king also in some danger in the middle of the board.
Yeah, this is an interesting position. You feel as though, again, Jules, the better player, tends to come through here, but this is by no means, objectively an easy position for white to play because, rook takes b2 is on the menu. The queen from h3, I really like the idea of it kind of shooting back via d7 and coming out to b5 or a4. b3 played by Jules. Computer not in love with that move, but okay.
Well, one important thing to consider is the fact that the queens right now are looking at each other, which I think is a very important defensive opportunity for white. That you can always just make this queen trade to make sure that your king will be safe in the middle of the board. And that's precisely what Annabelle, Jules Mozart, did right now with the white pieces. And I'm feeling confident that he's going to win this game because he now opened up for his rook to start capturing the black pawns. And speaking of India and Chennai, where the Chess Olympiad will be held and where the white player here will be competing, I'm moving on to one of the best players from Sri Lanka. It's Susa De Silva playing here with the white pieces, and he's up a knight against a higher rated Cuban opponent. However, the white king is in some trouble, and there's a big question as to whether white will be able to escape the checks the black queen will give.
The answer probably is no, right? And also, can't we be slightly bullish here with black and play risk-free after king g1 play g4 and claim that white hasn't got any realistic...
Oh
Whoa.
my gosh. And to prevent precisely that idea, white is sacrificing their knight to get into the heart of black's position and start giving checks against the black king. If you were right, Lawrence, that white might end up in trouble had they moved the king away, and with these 2 black pawns making their way down the board and also headed towards that white king, if this was good for black, it was a fantastic decision on the Sri Lankans' part to make the queen come up instead, because now if the knight is captured, there will be checks against the black king. And I guess right now, what black is considering is whether or not they will be in a losing situation should that trade be made. Because if you trade queens here with an extra knight, I would think white just wins that on autopilot.
Yeah. Really interesting position.
I'm really surprised Black, Nesty of Cuba, is taking so long in this situation. If you trade the queens, you're dead. And yet he does it.
Well, yeah, that's not the right decision.
Wow, the knight now can come over to the other side of the board to capture that black pawn. And after you capture the pawn, the white pawn will make its way forward to become a new queen. Instead, white just chooses to go back where they came from, because now they're making sure that they're blockading these extra pawns black has. And that should be enough for the win, according to De Silva. And the black pawns moving forward still, but completely blocked now by white's king, and the knight will maneuver itself to capture the black pawn, I think. No,
Yeah,
you don't even need to do that. You just use your knight to prevent black from getting a new queen, and then you use your king to capture the pawns. It was much easier than I was making
Or
it
you
out
just
to be.
king takes here and king takes.
Yeah,
here
king
too.
takes, and now this king is moving up on the side of the board. It's a win for Sri Lanka, an upset in this matchup. We're going to move on to one of the other games still going on, and we're going to go to Plati of Argentina here with the white pieces. He's going up against another South American player from Peru. It's Nicolas de la Colina. And white here is equal material, but the white queen is much superior to the black queen. The white queen just in the heart of black's position, preventing so many ideas. And now this white pawn is trying to join the attack as well to give a checkmate. And before that checkmate happens, black is trying to get their queen, starting to give checks on the white king.
Yeah, Plati really shouldn't be winning this game as white. Material down. Oh no, sorry,
he's not material down.
He's not, and
he's getting down. This pawn forward to create a checkmating attack together with his queen. I feel like white should have a good situation here.
Not entirely sure. Like the black queen should just go to f3 now. It should be sufficient for perpetual check.
Well, that's definitely the big question. When the queen comes in, will she be able to disturb the white king continuously, or will the pawn and queen on white's part create a checkmating attack? And they don't have a lot of time to consider this. Both players down to just 1 minute and 10 some seconds on the clock. The queen comes in, forces the king into the corner. The queen now even managing to capture a pawn with a check. The king just moving back and forth at this time, having no other choice. White now up a pawn, but the white king is very exposed and can be checked from many different situations by that black queen.
Yeah, and despite all the progress made by white, this is the sad reality. It's still a draw. Yeah, now just queen e2 check is really just a draw in many ways. And
the queen gives a check.
You can
the
even
king
go queen
tries
e1.
Yeah, well, he has to, right?
Well, queen d3 might still be good enough, but I don't know. But I would go queen e1 here, because you can't go king f4, because you actually lose with white because of the skewer along the c1. No, this
yeah,
check
white's
I didn't
queen.
like.
Yeah, white's queen. White's king is trying to escape, and now the king is making its way over to the left side of the board, and it's finding an escape route. It's getting out on this left side of the board. It finally found some pawns to protect it. And right now there are no more checks on the white king. And that means it's over to the black king. Can you give a checkmate here on that one? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I feel like white's queen will have to eliminate this black pawn on c5. Check and take this pawn. No, he takes another pawn. And now he can take another pawn. All of black's pawns are crumbling, and the queen also comes back into defense. There's one last pawn trying to make it, but that pawn is not going to suffice. It's just going to be captured now on the next move. And white, with now 4 extra pawns, is going to win the game.
Yeah,
never count out anything with this time control. There's always room to make a mistake.
There is, and again, it's a demonstration of a lower rated player not really being able to find the construction in time, but it was relatively simple.
And we're moving on to Kovalev, one of the top rated players here with the white pieces. He's down a bishop, but he's still going to win the game. Kovalev down on a whole bishop, but his opponent only has 2 seconds left. And that means that even though you're clearly in a good situation with the black pieces, you're just not going to get anywhere because you're running out of time. A rough loss there for Susa of India.
All right, that's probably close to the end of the second round, isn't it? I would say, Jon Ludwig, we're probably starting the third round very, very soon. A lot of the big names on 100%, a few accidents along the way, but we've got Annabelle, the great Jules Moussard, we've got Big Fish, Fedoseev, we've got Shield, we've got Raunak Sadwani up there, Gregory Oparin, Kovalev, JC Ibarra, Spanish Grandmaster up there too. We've got Santo Blue, who is, and I forget his name every single stream, the Turkish Grandmaster.
Yeah, and in fact, the third round just got underway, and we're going to be taking a look at an all-Indian matchup here. I'm actually smelling something funky in my apartment. I'm just going to go check to see if I left my stove on.
Okay, yeah, don't burn down your apartment. All right, while Jon Ludwig checks on his stove, we've got Mitrapa playing with Raunak Sadwani. That is his real name. Raunak Sadwani is one of the greatest talents to come out of India. He's part of that group of young Indians who has just really taken the chess world by storm. Raunak, I believe, is also playing in Chennai for the India B team or the India number 2 team, but he is very much part of that group of Indian princes, Pragnananda, Bukesh, Erigaisi. Who else am I missing? I'm missing somebody there.
Well, there's popping up another one every month, it seems. Yeah. So the list just keeps growing bigger and bigger.
Right. It really does. It's very impressive. So here we have an isolated queen's pawn position, but we have one where, strangely, black has gone extremely aggressive with g5, f5. Either this is going to backfire or it's going to work out. In a blitz game, I don't mind it. It's kind of justifiable. I would say in a long-term game, probably you're going to have some problems. But how do you deal with f4?
Well, I'm going to go f3. That's for sure. f3 will kick the strong black knight away, and I will be asking some questions. Whether or not you can really live with the fact that your king no longer has shelter. But I think it's very interesting what you just said, Lawrence. that you think it's fine weakening your king in blitz games, but I would say that isn't it more difficult to defend your king when you're low on time?
Yes, but of course the idea is not just that we're weakening our king, is that we're actually trying to take the initiative and be on the front foot, right? So it's an interesting trade-off. Also, in longer games, if you are on the back foot, it's easier to find defenses, more stubborn defenses. So I tend to believe that, you know, if you don't overexpose yourself and get punished immediately, that playing like this is kind of justifiable. And I prefer black here. I mean, Queen E8, why didn't he play Queen E7, Bishop D6? So Queen E8 was obviously much cleverer. And now after Bishop D4, he wants to go Bishop C7, I assume. Keep the pair of bishops on and then go F4. Hence why Queen D6 was played.
So and you're not nervous about these white pieces pointing in close to the black king?
No, John Ludwig, I don't get nervous about many things nowadays, buddy. And Queen D6 is certainly not going to shake my boots anytime soon. King H7 is fine.
I like Rook A7.
Yeah, but then Queen takes H6, Queen takes G5.
Well, I mean, your Queen needs to
I'm dropping this guy. You see? Rook A7. Beautiful move. I love it.
Rook A7 would allow this rook to get into either defense or a more offensive, aggressive stance on the next moves. Black's king is very, very weak, but I do like his bishop pair, and if he could continue with these pawns forward, that would be nice for the second player.
So you would take white here, would you, Jan Ludwig?
I mean, that's my problem with not having a lot of time on the clock. There's just not enough time to consider it as such an unbalanced position. Which unbalance is the more favorable one? So I guess I would probably prefer black until my king gets checkmated, after which I will say that, well, obviously white was better all along. It's the kind of position where you're very much judged on the final result more than what happened during the game.
But I like how black's doing. Okay, we had an important trade, bishop for 9. Now we have an opposite color bishops. Middle game, where often it's the stronger bishop in the side that's attacking, which has got the upper hand. But who is attacking who here? It's not completely clear. F3 is coming. Queen H, you know, if G3 happens, and you have to worry about Queen H5. And here as black, you can also, can you play, is Bishop D5 at all sensible to force Bishop D4?
I was looking at this move.
This is so much more clever, of course, because Rook E4, Bishop D5 is a very nice tactic.
The rook comes in, trying to attack the bishop. The bishop cannot move because then the queen will be lost behind it. White thought they didn't need to really worry too much because they had an attack on the black pawn in the center of the board. But if that pawn is captured right now, black will win the game as the bishop comes in to attack the rook, forcing the rook back. But when the bishop moved, it opened up for the queen to attack alongside the rook against the white bishop in the center. And that bishop is captured, and black wins with the extra centralized bishop. So that means white is in a bit of a pickle, and they choose to play c4, which, yes, it takes control over that d5 square the black bishop wanted to use.
Okie dokie. Yeah, still a very, very tricky position to play. So what would we play here? Do you like the move e3 here, Jan Ludwig, with the idea f takes e3, f3?
I really like it. I think that's a fantastic move because your idea, right? You mentioned you want
Yeah,
black to go f3 and try and
right.
open up around that white king. But then if white just captures in the center, like white's king isn't even that exposed because, you know, you still have some pawns blocking in front of it. And even white might be able to use this open e file with the rook pointing down there. And so there's a very clever move here for black in which you say, well, I'm going to lose this pawn in the center anyway. Let me just give it away, force the white pawn further away from the white king, but also that white pawn is blocking the white rook, which means in a position like this, white's king has been exposed, and the rook is not going to be dangerous along that e file. So I think that's a really, really interesting idea for black. And not only an interesting idea, I think it might be a complete necessity. Because right now, if white is allowed to capture in the center, that could be game over. That's a very important pawn white is about to take.
I'm kind of surprised black is taking so long to play it. Black's a grandmaster. Black is very, very strong. It kind of came to an old washed up international master like myself in 2 seconds. And given that rook takes e4 is really there, I don't really see why there's such a delay when it's such a natural continuation. Even at the end of that line, after e3, f takes e3, f3, g takes f3, you'll note, Vic. I was wondering, do we even have to take back here? Can we play a move like bishop f7, or is it ridiculous to allow f4? Probably is ridiculous to allow it is ridiculous. Okay.
But the idea stands that there are
Yeah.
lots of threats to be considered for both players. And here, instead, black has played the move f3 immediately, but look at the eval bar just way up in white's favor. White responds not with the rook capturing in the center. White responds moving the
Whoa.
pawn in front of their king 2 steps forward, attacking the rook, forcing the rook back, and then you're going to take the pawn. And well, basically, it turns out the white king is surprisingly safe, having a black pawn visiting close by, having a pawn abandoning the defense of the king. The important part was getting that black rook pushed back because now the white queen and bishop and rook, to be fair, will be coordinating. And the white queen will get into the middle and it will work together with the bishop down towards that black king. And it turns out that aggressive pawn strategy black had early on in this game, that strategy has been severely punished. And Raunak, he will be winning this game.
Yeah, great move, g4. It's so difficult to play these moves if you're, if you're
And
not a
he did it
calculating
instantly.
machine. Yeah, he did it instantly because he's a super genius, 16-year-old 2600 grandmaster. But for the more washed up kind, like myself, playing this kind of move does not come intuitively to move my pawn in front of the king like that. But of course, it completely works.
And
Queen
now
5, king
queen
h7,
e5,
but he
and
can take
the
a piece.
queen will be able to. Is she though? Will the queen be able to capture the bishop? Because I just realized there will
Oh,
be some rooks attacking that queen.
oh,
But
wow.
that is easily solved by just bringing another rook into the attacking scheme. And this will be a win for white. And we're going to move on to one of the other games. It's a pawn ending. Those are always exciting. It's a pawn endgame with equal amount of pawns for both players. But notice how white has an extra pawn on the side of the board, whereas black has an extra pawn in the middle. And what's very important to know about pawn endgames is that those side pawns will often work as a distraction, forcing your opponent to go over to the side of the board to stop your pawns. And in the meantime, White's king will be trying to capture both the pawn in the middle and that other pawn, blocking the white pawn and its path to becoming a new queen. And therefore, this pawn endgame is evaluated as winning for white. And Anton Damchenko, a former European champion, he will be moving on to 3 out of 3 points.
Yeah, and you know, quite a big blow for Shield actually. You know, he's not going to enjoy this loss, and there's really nothing to do now. It's totally over. Anton Demchenko should not be slept on, by the way. I mean, this guy is very much in the picture for this tournament. We can see there, top right, Big Fish is on 3 out of 3. Raunak has converted. We've got Avital Bor as well on 3 out of 3. Those guys so far on maximum, but Anton Demchenko is going to be joining them. Is there anybody else? What about Jules Moussard, Anavel? What's he up to?
He is currently up a pawn against your countryman, Matthew Turner, here with the username Imat and Anavel.
I think it's I'm Matt because
yeah.
But yeah, whatever it is.
That makes sense, given his name is Matt.
Matt, yes. But okay, so how to play this as black? Because Queen takes f7 is obviously on the cards. Do you play something sneaky like Queen b7? I was about to say. Now Matt will play King g3 to get out of the discovery.
The queen is working both defensively and aggressively, working together with the rook, trying to give a checkmate on the king. Once again, the queen both working in defense and trying to get involved on the offense. The king hides on the side of the board, and it's not clear to me what black should do now to get that queen involved. Maybe just move the king back?
Yes.
Yeah. Black's king should move back to defend this pawn on f7, releasing the queen of its duties so that she can go and checkmate the white king instead. And that's precisely what the French player has done in this instance. He's down on time significantly. Anavel here down a lot of time, but it's all going to be fine as long as he finds a way for the rook and queen to work together against the white king.
Queen e3 here, Jan Ludwig?
Yeah, a queen trade would be very beneficial for white, given that the king is in such trouble. I'm also interested in seeing whether or not he has enough time to win this game, Anawel. He's spending a lot of seconds on the decisions right now.
How crazy is f5? I was about to say, how crazy is f5 here? Queen d7 played, now pinning. We've exposed ourselves, but now we've got some ideas here as white, but not easy to implement. What about Queen e3? Does that make sense? Or check?
Queen b8 on the board, check on the king.
King
the king
g3.
hides.
He wants King g3. He wants to play King g3 at some point. Here, Matthew Turner. Rook
d3, going for the trade of rooks, trying to get into a pawn endgame here is black. Black wants to get rid of both the queen and the rook in exchange for the rook and queen of white, and in the process, black will be capturing this pawn on f5. Matt Turner here with the white pieces, gambling that this pawn endgame is a draw, and frankly, it kind of looks like a draw. Abandoned ship or abandoned plan at the very least. No pawn endgame here for black. You're going to have to try and find a different solution. Okay,
The
but now
bar still says
h5
it's
pushing the king back and then queen takes pawn. That looked winning to me. Instead, the black queen continues giving checks, but he keeps spending time on his... Oh no, he just stepped into a checkmate. The queen coming in for the check needs to be blocked by the
beautiful.
pawn, and then the queen comes in for a checkmate. White just stepped into it there, but frankly, I do believe black was about to convert that anyway, even if they had less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah,
We're just going to jump on to the next game. That's what happens in this phase of the games. But here, this one was not very interesting. Dariusz Swears, formerly of Poland, he takes the win here with an extra rook. Moving on, we're going to be looking at this game between Oparin playing with the white pieces. He only has one pawn more than his opponent. But that can be sufficient. And this is one of those circumstances. He's just going to move his king up the board to assist this pawn. And there will be nothing black can do to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen as the king joins to assist.
yep. This is the sort of endgame that Oparin learnt when he was in short pants, to say the least.
The king moves away after the rook has protected the king from the side. Then the rook moves back to force the black king away so that the pawn can queen without a hitch. And that was some exquisite technique from the at least formerly Russian grandmaster. Here we're moving on to a duel of two Polish players, but in this case it is the rooks being victorious and showcasing that a lone queen can be beat with also the time situation, of course, helping. Moving on, there's a Ukrainian duel as well, and one in which the time will have great significance in deciding this. Black blunders away a pawn, but should be able to hold a draw still, especially considering that they have an advantage on the clock. However, white is making pre-moves better than black, and black now blunders into a checkmate, and white just coming in with the pre-moves to win the game. That was some nasty pre-moving from Roman Dmitriev, who comes back from not only a worse position, he also was behind on the clock, but he goes ahead and wins it regardless. Wow, just having that skill in the decisive moments on the clock, that is just so important for this time control.
Yep, pre-moving, getting down to those last seconds, having all that experience online will make the difference. Let's have a look at the standings after round 3. We've got a lot of the big names on a perfect score. In fact, we've got tons of names on 3 out of 3. We've got the likes of Anavel, Big Fish, Ranak Sadwani, Oparin, Kovalyev, Alexander Fier, the Brazilian Grandmaster, is up there. Daro, as you said, Avital Bor is up there, and Anton Demchenko, amongst others. So,
and we're going to jump into two of these guys as we join the 4th round getting started. From Israel, it's Avital Borch. It's a pretty long-winded name, and considering he doesn't have it in his username, I'm going to stick with Avital. And with the black pieces, it's Big Fish, who has had a tendency of taking enormous risks when he has black. Here we see a much calmer setup from the Russian.
yeah, we've got this odd-looking knight on b6, but this is a fairly common new idea. But it doesn't leave the greatest impression in this particular position. A move like queen b3 here. But then dc4 and bishop e6 perhaps is annoying. I don't know. So maybe not. So knight e5 is perfectly logical. e6. And now queen b3 because you can't go bishop e6 precisely. But you do well, you probably don't even sacrifice a pawn yet. Rook b8, this has gone wrong for Big Fish. This is not really the way you want this opening to play. cd5, I'm not in love with that move either, but
I think the idea is trying to open up in the middle because there is a queen and a knight working together pointing towards the f7 square. I do believe white was hoping that they would be able to play the move e4 afterwards, exploiting the fact that the black pawn cannot capture its white's comrade on account of the queen getting in there with a checkmate supported by the knight. However, I do agree with you also, Lawrence, that this exchange in the middle has actually done a lot to help black's cause. Because if you now do push e4, which he did, the black bishop can simply step back and capture back in the middle of the board. And we're headed towards some kind of an endgame where the black king is exposed in the middle of the board, but where white at the same time has this pawn in the middle of the board, which cannot be defended by other pawns. It's what's called an Isolani pawn, and that could be a target for black a long time coming.
yes. And, to compensate for having the Isolani, as you said, Jon Ludwig, what you need is great activity for your pieces. You need initiative. You need attacking options. Otherwise, you're just going to be ladled with this very weak pawn long term. So here, as white, question is, can you take advantage of your small leading development? And I don't see an immediate way to do that. So I think I would take black here, actually, because bishop e7 castles is coming very quickly. And I don't see a knight c4, bishop e7 will be played. Maybe bishop. I don't know. It's not.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lawrence. This just looks very nice for black. The knight on d5 on a great location cannot be chased by any white pawns. The pawn on d4 right now undefended will be a target for some time to come. I really like what black has been doing here in this game.
Yeah, but at least white is, he's trying to stay active with the knights. It does make sense what he's trying to do here.
But once you get forced back, if you are forced back, there's just no recovering the long-term disadvantages of white's position. So, like, white may have a small lead in development and have more threatening pieces. But if black successfully chases those pieces back, which did happen now, white retreating the knight on the previous move, I can just see black completely taking over. And look at this queen as well, getting into the attack, trying for a checkmate against the white king, which is poorly defended. We can actually see on the eval bar that the evaluation has turned around for white, but I don't see white managing to exploit this queen move, because the move that's being suggested, knight takes c6, I feel like, this move is trying to rely on the fact that if the knight is captured, the queen will capture the rook afterwards. But I was thinking maybe, you still get a checkmating attack with the queen and knight on the side of the board. What I had not considered is the fact that the queen just continues capturing the black pieces and then makes it back into defense, even forcing a queen trade here with black up, black down a rook. In fact, Avital, with the white pieces, he spotted this opportunity. He took this moment to capture that black pawn. A trade of the rooks in the center has happened. And right now, Big Fish is realizing that his plans of an attack with that queen, with that knight, against the white king, it looks like that attack is going to fail.
So what's the idea after knight g4? Rook e8 check, king h7, and now we need the knockout blow, huh?
Yeah, and the knockout blow is
Queen
not
f3,
easy
is
to
it?
find.
Queen f3, because if bc6, queen f5 check.
Incredible move. So you have to leave your knight in trouble. But when the knight is captured, the queen comes in together with the rook for a checkmating attack on that black king. Some incredible lines available to white here. I wonder if Avital had seen all of this when he made his decision. And
Well,
as
now
the
that
game continues,
yeah.
White has managed to capture that black pawn without being punished for it. And so now White is up a pawn. And when you're up a pawn, it doesn't really matter that much that one of your pawns is weak.
Yeah, and you know, a pawn is a pawn. Black has got decent control of some squares though, so it's one of those extra pawns which is, you know, a bit more difficult to convert. But bishop b6 attacking, d4. Okay, queen d3 is a move here maybe, or
Well, I think regardless of move, it's
okay.
just about what is the situation of the position. And the situation is that White is up a pawn and is able to defend that extra pawn. By no means this is going to be an easy victory for White, but with an extra pawn, there is hope. And Big Fish now turning away from his attacking plans, he realizes that after giving up a pawn accidentally, he may need to go back into a defensive structure to save everything from this game. And with that, I think I'm going to move on to another play we have been watching a lot. It's Jules Mozart, Anavel, with the white pieces. And what a situation we have here. White is down a pawn. Black has a rook pointing against the white king. There's a bishop pointing in that same direction. But on the other hand, Black's king has not gotten into safety, and there may be some issues with the queen and bishop in the middle of the board being potentially attacked by the white pieces.
Yeah, it's a tricky position for Black here. He's pinned and he's getting stung from every direction. And I like rook e2, and I don't love Black's position. Queen f4, relying on tactics. Yeah, this is really nice.
Queen f4 is an amazing move. The bishop cannot be captured now because then the white king will be in check. However, you can capture the black queen, and then the knight comes in, and you lose your bishop. But on the other hand, the knight here has been able to attack the white bishop on the side of the board, and black is up a pawn in this situation. However, even though you're up a pawn, it's not clear that this knight is ever getting back to safety. So this might be good for white still. A really tricky position to calculate for the players. And wow, Jules Mozart with the white pieces, not making it any simpler as he sacrifices. Oh yeah, he sacrifices that bishop because he realizes, well, if I'm going to lose my bishop anyway, I might as well get a pawn before my doom. That's a brilliant move.
Great move, yeah. And I think you could have done it. No, you couldn't do it in the other way because there's the rook was hanging. So actually, this was the only way to do this, and this is a great move. And the situation clarifies, and I think it's actually just, quite clearly good for white, because you win the pawn back, black's king remains open, you've got a knight on h5. This is absolutely not what you want as black. And we have Platy here, Alan Pichot. Now, Alan Pichot, very, very strong Argentinian grandmaster. I do believe he's currently in Europe. But he's going to be struggling here to stay on the board, in my opinion. Looks very nice.
He does have a significant time advantage, but that time advantage is crumbling right now. And also, with 3 minutes remaining, I do feel like Anawel should be able to see this out to a victory. Another person who might see something out to a victory, we're going back to this other top game between Big Fish and Avital. White still up a pawn, but a lot of trades have been made, and it's down to just a rook and a queen for each player. Basically, rook endgames are infamous for potentially ending in a draw despite one of the players being up on material. It's situations like that one that Big Fish is aiming for right now.
Absolutely, yeah. He would love to get the queens off. It makes his drawing opportunities a lot higher. But and I like rook d2.
What's not to like? The rook attacking two white pawns at the same time in conjunction with the black queen. The queen and rook working together, potentially making Avital think about getting rid of the black queen, seeing as how she's creating so many problems together with that black rook. But as we were talking about, if the queens are traded in this situation, it should be a draw with correct play. Of course, it remains to be seen if a Big Fish can find all the right moves. There's no doubt that this position favors white, considering that you're probably losing the pawn on a7, this next move. Big Fish has managed to create some problems for his opponent, and he might get away from this game without losing, despite making a big blunder earlier.
Yeah, might get lucky. And of course, a draw at this stage is completely fine. You want to be able to always get 7.5 points. If you get less than 7.5, you very rarely have a chance to qualify. So a draw now, 3.5 out of 4, you go into the break, no big deal, basically. And you feel as though Avital Bor, who is Avital Bruchovsky, who I don't know very well as a player. Do you know him very well as a player?
He's played in Norway a couple of times. He's the same age as Fedoseev, same age as Benjamin Bok. He's a very decent grandmaster, but I'm not sure that's going to help him win this game with black right now attacking that extra white pawn on the edge of the board, and white having difficulties defending it. That being said, I'm going to jump back to the other top game we were following.
Please do.
Because there have been developments, and that very promising position we saw for Jules Massard playing with the white pieces, the #1 French player for the Chess Olympiad. He has made a life difficult for himself. Not only did he not end up being up a pawn as we had expected, he's now significantly down on time. And we know that so much of these games are decided in the time scramble. However, with this white pawn arriving on g6, that pawn is doing a great service, trying to stop the black king from getting off its bottom rank. And in fact, black needed to eliminate that pawn in order to avoid a back rank checkmate. But now white has two pawns that can work together as they march up, trying to become a new queen. And this is a really thrilling endgame.
Well, yeah, and the bar hated c4, which is the most natural move on the board. I find it very difficult to believe that black can survive. But king f7, c6, knight b6. Yeah, you go with this. And maybe
it's absolutely key in the endgame to get the king involved as quickly as possible. And the question is whether or not Plati makes that realization, being very low on time. Basically, whomever brings the king into the game first may win this one.
Okay, bishop c5, knight c8, only move.
Well, knight d5.
Knight d5, sorry, I beg your pardon.
The knight comes into the center of the board. Black still has not involved his king, and that may be the end of it, because this white pawn has a highway of space making it up the board. The king has not been able to join the fight in time. Black is definitely going to have to sacrifice the knight at some point. And the problem is, the knight steps back. Yes, the knight is trying to make a blockade on the b5 square. However, here, white is the first one to bring the king into the game, taking control of that b5 square, making room for the pawn to just continue moving forward. And here we see the advantage of pawns standing next to each other. They're what we can call connected. And that means that they can protect each other as they make their way up towards becoming a new queen. And this game is over because the white bishop stops both of the black pawns on the same diagonal, and there's absolutely no chance for black to get a new queen, and Plati resigns the game. That means we have time to go back to the other top game we have been following in this round. At this stage, the big fish has regained that pawn he was down, and now giving lots of checks against the white king because he is nervous. He is nervous about the rook and queen pointing in towards the black king, and they decide to make a repetition of moves, going back and forth with the queen checks.
Yeah, big opportunity missed there for white. In this game here, Benjamin Bock clearly winning, 2 pawns and a bishop against a knight should be a win. There are some situations where you might give yourself some issues.
Do you really think the position matters, though, Lawrence?
Right.
I mean, it's all about the pace at this stage, right?
Right. And black doing well. He's up on time. Knight f8. Okay. Knight g7. You can give a check and come back. This is also... Oh, no. Yeah. No.
Black kind of spending too much time thinking instead of moving quickly.
Exactly.
And Benjamin, with very nice technique there, he manages to take out that black knight. And without the knight, there's no hope. Yeah, I shouldn't have stepped away from that game, but we caught a checkmate with Mike Saylor getting a checkmate there. And just to finish off this Benjamin Bock game, he does get the win in the end, using the queen, capturing the king on the side of the board, and the white king getting in there to deliver the checkmate. The king not in time for the checkmate because De Silva lost on time before that could happen. And with that, we have completed 4 rounds. And what are the standings like, Lawrence?
Yeah, so the standings are, we can see Gregory Oparin is up there, Jules-Musard Anoval is up there, Vladislav Kovalyev is up there, Alexander Fear is up there, Pranav is up there, and some international masters as well.
So we have 7 players on 4 out of 4. We'll bring that to you as we return after this break. everyone. This is the global Chess.com Global Championship, and it is only open to verified players. You can go on chess.com/verified right now to get that qualification. And when you're verified, you can play in the Open Qualifiers to this tournament. They're still running for another week. And if you qualify through the Opens, you can get into this play-in phase that we're looking at right now. I'm Jon Ludwighammer. I'm joined by Lawrence Trent. And on the right side here, we can see the players on 4 out of 4 so far. I may have said there's 9 of them, but there's actually 7.
No, you said 7.
I did say 7. Wow.
Yeah, you
Okay.
said 7.
Thank God. I would hate to make such a simple
mistake.
mistake.
We know you're getting old, Jon Ludwig, but you're not that old just yet, buddy. I still have faith that you can count 7 plays.
And considering the pack of perfect scores has dwindled so much, we're going to jump in to one of these matchups. And I'm going to choose the game between Jules Mossard, a player we have been observing quite a lot. He's now taking on Says of the Ukraine. And they're playing an Italian opening, which has been tremendously popular at the top level in recent years.
Yeah, the Italian has really even, you could make the argument overtaken the Spanish as the main weapon against 1e5. I'd be curious to see an analysis of games played by 2,600 players plus over the past 5 years and see how many of those have been Italian versus Spanish. And I would be quite confident betting it's been the Italian. And the Spanish is, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say here, Black is playing a very aggressive version of it, bringing their queen in quite early on so that the queen is working together with these 2 bishops, pointing down towards that white king, and the knight on the side of the board is trying to join the action as well. This is a very aggressive setup for the Black player.
Yeah, and playing Black is actually a very tricky grandmaster. Martin Kravtsev from the Ukraine, as you said. If you've not heard that name, he's not super famous, but he's been around the block. He's, been over 2,600 and played a bunch of well-known open tournaments in Europe. So by no means an easy game for sure. Still clearly the rating favorite, but, very experienced opponent. So.
And White does try to trade off this knight that made its arrival to the f4 square. But not long after that trade has been made, Black is working with the new knight to make its way to f4. And Black once again arriving with a knight there. This time, it's going to be much harder for White to chase it away. And I must say, I quite like Black's position. Yes, White has the advantage in the center with these 2 pawns being pushed up early on. But at the same time, these bishops, together with the queen, there's some energy here in the Black situation that should prove some stress for the White king.
Potentially, yes, but I don't feel a huge amount of danger yet for White. He's got enough defenders over there. The knight's going to land on f4, this is true, but these top guys, he's going to put the king on h2 just to shore up a few things there. And then they have these classy little ways of wiggling out. They can play exotic moves like knight g1 to protect some more squares, then slowly kick back the knight and then unravel. And I years and years ago, remember commentating on a lot of Mickey's games where he used to do something similar. So I expect king h2 here. It's kind of the classic reply. It might not even be the best move, but you have to calculate a few things here as well. But
I was going to say, if you don't do anything now, there may be some opportunities to sacrifice against this white pawn on h3. And I guess that's why you play king h2, to just give that pawn some extra protection.
Precisely. But you still have to calculate some stuff. So I understand why Jules is taking a moment here. I think this is the right moment to have a think. Are there any other options here for white? I mean, of course there must be, but I can't figure it out exactly. I'm very scared of these sacrifices. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe you can just play bishop c2 here and it's okay. And he does it, right? Exactly. Maybe you defend the e4 pawn. You say, I'm not worried about a thing yet. You're not quite ready to make the sacrifice work.
But yet, it did make an impact on the eval bar. And I'm now cheating, watching what is the computer's favorite move in this situation. And the favorite move is to sacrifice the knight against this h3 pawn, opening up in front of the white king, trying to get the queen in there for a checkmate afterwards. And it's saying that black should be favored in this situation despite giving up a knight for only 2 pawns. So this is a really exciting moment in the game. Will he or won't he? Will he give up that knight in front of white's king? Will he take the risk of sacrificing his piece without being 100% certain of the consequences? And the answer is no, he will not. A big opportunity missed.
Difficult move to play somehow, though. But yes, you're right. I mean, you're on low time. You've got a lot to calculate. Bishop e6 is hardly a blunder. Now king h2 comes. And white's got a better version of actually what we just looked at, because the e4 pawn is nicely covered here. So I prefer white. I've had these kind of positions with black a lot. And at some point you're like, I've got all my pieces on good squares, but how do I actually make progress? It's not straightforward here. And white has got lots of these cute defensive ideas like knight g1 next. So, here, queen d2, knight g1 are both moves.
Yeah, maybe not queen d2, but in knight g1.
Oh, sorry,
yes.
queen d2, I blunder everything. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Knight G1 is a really classy move that Lawrence has been talking about for some time now. And the idea is simply to give extra protection to the h3 pawn so that on the next move, when black maybe moves the rook into the middle, then the pawn can come up, attack the knight, and the knight is not able to capture on the side because we made that retreat with our own piece. So sometimes you need to go back before moving forward. And this is one of those situations where you have to retreat your knight before being able to kick out your opponent. And once the opponent is kicked out, then the knight can return where it wants to be, close to the middle of the board.
Yeah, and Jules still thinking. So he's obviously trying to make other things work, which is, of course, completely reasonable and what he should be trying to do as well. But eventually he does go for this very famous idea.
And now, if white is allowed to undisturbedly chase that black knight away, white will definitely be for preference. So this is an interesting strategic duel. All the pawns still on the board, and pawns are, of course, the soul of chess. So that means it's when there are 8 of them still left on the board, that's a rather significant situation. However, I do think it's time to let these strategizing players deal with their things. And instead, we're going to move to 2 players we have not watched a lot of today, yet they do have a perfect score, both of them. It's Pranav of India, not even a grandmaster, against Kovalev, who we did see Kovalev winning this rook and bishop versus rook situation. However, despite winning it, he was not the one with the bishop. He beat his opponent on time, which is a legit strategy, but maybe then showing some weakness that he had to resort to such tactics.
Yeah. Sometimes you've got to play it dirty if you're going to win such tournaments, but this position here is not interesting whatsoever. This is a dead draw. No way black to make progress. No way really white to make progress. Black can play on a little bit because he's got the passed a pawn. The problem white has, of course, is that even if that a pawn were to disappear, you would be making a draw here pretty simply. The 3 versus 2 is a very, very simple draw. So here is black, rook b5 is fairly logical, and if rook g3, he can go, well, rook g3 might be a mistake. Rook g5 and you could be blundering, actually. So no real way for, rook e4.
Yeah, you just return and the pawns are exchanged off. This is going to be a draw, and it has been agreed. Moving on. Wow, an early finish. Oparin winning with the black pieces against Alexander Fear. So that means great news for Oparin, who has had a fantastic start to this tournament. And moving on, we're going to go back to our big strategic duel where white now is being very aggressive with their pawns.
Yeah, indeed. But white has got exactly what he wanted to get, right? Which was the queens off the board, the danger away, and now the big space advantage. This is working out excellently. And also the move f5 is in the position here. So a genuine threat. And I hate black's position. Black's position stinks. White has got all the trumps. Better minor pieces, better structure, more space, even arguably a safer king now. The king on h7 isn't exactly the picture of safety. I quite like the idea here for white to, okay, so you've got to be very careful with how to release the tension in the center. I think knight d2 is a very classy grandmasterly move just to, again, keep the tension. Overprotect e4, precisely. So do you go rook f1 here and double on the f file, Jon Ludwig, and then potentially threaten to go f takes e5? Is that legal? Do you play a move like rook e2 to then play rook f1 and then go rook ef2? That's maybe even better.
I'm not sure I followed all of that, but I mean, I feel like this tension is tricky for both players. And I think the best strategy for Anawel here with the white pieces, just play quickly. Look at the time situation. White is up 2 minutes. And to be fair, I think that's even more valuable than his advantage with the center of the board. I think he should just leave these pawns as is, not do anything crazy, and just play quickly in order to push the opponent to get low on time and lose because of time.
Yeah, and I've just seen an idea why rook e2 doesn't work, because I felt bad with the rook being unprotected here. And now, for example, black can play a move like e d4, c takes d4, possibly. I don't know. And now f5, but it allows e5, and things get a bit crazy.
And the idea here is that the pawn on f5 cannot be captured without a problem. I was going to suggest because of bishop takes d4.
Yeah. Oh, but it's check. Oops.
Wow. Because if this pawn is captured, if the bishop recaptures, the rook is undefended with the black rook coming in towards the white king as well. But that's not possible because the white bishop gives a check on the king, so you have to protect your own king before capturing the rook. And let's look at what happened in the game. Rook e2 was played. A trade was made in the middle of the board, but instead of doing pawn takes, like you suggested, Lawrence, instead white has captured with the bishop. And more trades are made. White manages to get both of their rooks pointing in that same area of the board. However, there's a white pawn blocking both of those white rooks, so it's not clear whether the rooks are really accomplishing anything here. But wow, the white pawn push continues. Even more pawns now getting involved in this aggression. But sometimes doing too many pawn pushes will punish itself. And black is trying to exploit just that. The knight coming in, attacking in the center, the knight defending, but then the knight continues further on against this white bishop. This bishop is important to protect the pawn on a4. That side pawn is offered extra protection from its pawn. But now black playing very aggressively, opening up on the side of the board, getting their bishop to attack the white rook, and now opening up even more. Suddenly, black has completely changed the situation on the board. The white knight coming into this f5 square, attacking the black king. The black king moves away. Now the big question is, how are the rooks working against each other on this open d file? It is white who wins the fight for the open d file. However, black has the option now of capturing the pawn on the bishop on c2, a bishop which is the only piece defending the pawn in the center. However, Saisi, he decides not to give up this knight for the bishop. His evaluation is that the knight is very well placed and may assist a potential new queen happening on the side of the board.
Yeah, suddenly, I mean, you would still take white, probably, but you can't.
Oh my gosh, what a move.
That's a great move. That's a fantastic idea. Bishop d3. Wow, well spotted, Martin Kravtsov. Point is that after bishop takes d3, black wants to go rook d8, win back the piece. Reduction of material helps him. And if you go rook takes d3, black is basically saying that the a pawn is too much to deal with here. Although objectively, I guess this is unclear. This is a knight.
Maybe objectively, but in practical play, black is winning this.
Yes.
Very often.
Yes.
But the problem is the time situation. Black is down to just 1 minute. And white moves the knight forward, attacks the rook. The knight now attacking the rook again while also capturing a pawn. The rook moves away. There is a black pawn on the side of the board. That pawn is just 4 steps away from becoming a new queen. And it does have a really clear path of moving forward. Both players now pushing their pawns forward, trying to get new queens. Both players low on time, but it's Saisi with less than a minute. That 1 minute time difference may be the deciding factor here. Wow, what a move. White sacrifices their knight in order to distract the black king from that white pawn in the center. However, the rook takes over that responsibility, gets rid of the annoying white pawn, and black still has their pawn, now 3 steps away from becoming a new queen.
Yeah, it's not absolutely clear that what white has done here is good whatsoever, because this pawn is running, and this feels like drawish to me, because he wants to put the king on h4. This is very clever, of course. Check.
Ooh, the knight comes in trying to grab this
nice.
Pawn. Very important move.
He took. That surprised me.
Yeah, me too. But the fewer the pawns, the easier it is to make a draw. Saisi, he knows he's in big trouble on the clock, down to just 30-something seconds. Surely there's no way he can save this situation, having been so low on time for an extended period. But right now, he is finding all the right moves. A draw was offered by the black player, refused by the white player. This is going to be a time scramble. And yeah, white is definitely going to try to win this game on time.
Well, of course, refused by white. He's risking nothing. And I think it's a bit of a cheeky draw offer, actually, to make as black. I mean, you understand your opponent's an extremely strong player. You understand he's risking almost nothing. I think that draw offer is very, very cheeky. But Okay, 94. Oh, and the bar didn't like that. Bishop d5. And this is, wow.
Ooh, the rook comes in
The
for the
rook.
double attack on
Oh,
the knight and on the king. And the rook is the champion of this game, coming in clutch when both players were low on time. And this is just a great illustration of the fact that when you're down 1 minute on the clock in this time format, that is just a massive advantage. You always want to stay close to your opponent on the time.
yeah, and then
We're
we have
just
another Benjamin box shootout here. And ooh, now black is winning because he gets to hide. And it's not mate just yet, though, interestingly. But black is up on the clock and is just going to win on time.
sometimes having a good position helps you make easy pre-moves. But also, I think here the clock was the most important factor as Benjamin Book picks up a victory. We're just going to join the last game of the round, and it's two queens humiliating the one queen black has. And the two queens of Mike Saylor comes in to make an upset victory against the Indian Fisher. Last game of the round, it's a rook versus a king, and the rook is also up on time, which means that Blunderfest gets the victory. As round 6 is about to start, how are the standings?
Yeah, so we've got two players only on 100%. We've got Gregory Oparin and Anaval. Of course, that's going to be our game of the next round. However, there are a bunch of contenders in, let's call it second equal. There are, I can see 5 players on 4.5 out of 5, still well in contention. This is round 6. There are 4 more games to go. So it's plenty of time, but Anaval playing black against Oparin. Let's go straight into it.
Yeah, and it has been a Najdorf opening from the black player, Oparin, playing with the most pace here, starting out. However, he has chosen a line that to me seems rather innocent. However, yeah, I do like this knight in the middle. This knight has placed itself on a square where there are no black pawns to chase it away. Now the knight also getting the support of the bishop. And I think the most important part of this is the fact that Oparin is playing with frightening pace, which means he may still be in something he prepared before the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's a very common position in the Najdorf. I'd be very surprised if Oparin was out of book here. In fact, Bishop A2, I think there was a recent game of, was it MBLs, where I think the bishop went back to B3. But here, doing this castles is completely fine. Now I guess the question is, after knight c5, white's going to go c3. Is he? No, sorry, he dropped c4. So what is his plan against knight c5?
That's the big question. The knight can come up, attack 2 white pawns at the same time, probably. My guess is that if knight c5 here, the rook would just defend the pawn in the middle,
Right.
and that there are some issues with capturing the pawn
no.
on the side of the board. That was the conclusion of Jules Massard as well, as he chooses a different square for his knight, where he's challenging the centralized white knight instead, and white calmly just letting this pressure stay, as he knows he has that bishop to come into play and recapture.
Precisely. Yeah, standard position where, black has to be just a little bit careful that, the bishops don't disappear on d5 and e6. White has got the big grip over this d5 square and maneuvers around. There's the very famous game, Holgar Anand from, was it Vakanze, 1998 or 97, where Judith Polgar completely outplayed Anand in a similar structure where you had this knight versus bishop in the middle game. But it's a bit different now with the pawn on e6. So it's an improved version because black controls the d5 square, and black is totally fine here. The bishop might even make its way round via d8 to b6 to find work against f2 and along the semi-open f file. Seems to be, but he has to be a bit careful that rook ad1 after bishop d8 doesn't touch the d pawn, and it's slightly irritating. Queen c5.
So the big question in this game is whether or not these doubled pawns are a real problem for black. Because as Lawrence pointed out, the advantage of the doubled pawns is that you're now controlling this d5 square, which we talked about a lot initially. But White was willing to make that trade because you're saying, well, these pawns aren't going anywhere. And like they're essentially just stepping on each other's toes. And maybe White can exploit that long term. And with this latest queen move, White is trying to eliminate the black queen, which right now is the defender of that important d6 pawn.
I like queen b5 a lot. Really like this move. Forcing queen c7. Now there's a little bit of initiative. Rook ad1 will be played. Rook fd8 will probably, yes. But now we need a good move. Now this is the sort of moment where I expect your g3 is correct. There you go. Giving some love for the king.
Yeah, yes. Great move. Going h4 next move, and then the knight making a maneuver via this h2 square.
The knight's actually got a lot of maneuver. Yeah, I like h4 first because you stop any bishop g5, so that's why it was played. And I actually like that. So you can go via h2. You can also go via e1, c2, a3 even this route is not ridiculous for the knight.
I feel it was pretty cooperative from Anawel to make that queen trade. It makes the position very easy to handle for White. I guess he wanted the queen trade because he wants to bring the king into the middle of the board. So interesting to see how he's going to proceed here. Pawn to g4, honestly an option just to chase the black bishop. Is pawn to g4 just winning a pawn?
It might be, but after, so what's the idea after g6?
G6, g5?
Bishop g7?
Oh, yeah, true.
But I like it because then you condemn the bishop. You've gained a bit of space. And the reason I think he played g4 instead of a move like knight e1 is because I think black actually had g5 there in some positions. So knight h2 on the board. Now, I like this version. This I really like. The knight sits on g4.
Restricting the options for black's bishop. Look at this black bishop right now. It's being blocked by its own pawn in two directions. And then this white pawn is also doing a great job of restricting it. This black bishop has been rendered completely out of play. The only question now being, how does white benefit moving forward? Because right now,
d5.
Yeah, yes. Right now, because this pawn on the side of the board needed to be defended, the white rook was forced out of position, allowing black to push forward in the middle. And frankly, I'm surprised he hasn't done so already, because he desperately needs to be a bit more aggressive with his pawns here. Oh, actually, d5, then knight e3.
Knight e3, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So white is still having a good position. The black bishop, a big long-term problem. Black is now trying to play the move b5, supported by its rook. White really needs to bring the king in somehow. And then white needs to play this move h5, which will probably be played on the next one. h5 and rook h1. That's going to be the two next moves for the white player. And it's the white position is much easier to play than black's, which is going to cause some time issues as well. And we've seen previously in these games how important it can be to be up on time.
Note how also this is the first game that Jules Massad, aka Anawel, has been under any pressure at all this tournament. I mean, he's really been on the back foot. He's getting slowly outclassed here. And you've got to say, fair play to Gregory Oparin for the way he's doing this. This is really good stuff.
Look at how these two white pawns are both pointing into that d5 square. That means black no longer has the option of making a push forward there. Instead, now the white rook's pointing in against the a5 pawn. The rook still needs to defend on b3, but that defensive task can be taken over by the white king. The problem now being that the white king will not be in time to defend. Therefore, Oparin tries to use his knight as the defender instead. However, now Anavel pushing d5 will open up for his bishop against the rook. The bishop coming into play, making an attack against both the rook and the knight. This has gone astray for white. White has had complete control of the position, but right now it's chaos instead.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you go rook a7?
Yeah, I think so. Rook a7 seems like the move. Also
might
an
fizzle
option,
out
rook
here somehow.
b5.
Rook b5.
Also, like sacrificing your rook seems very tempting.
Ed. Yeah, Ed, bishop a5, rook a5.
Maybe
yes.
The other pawn.
I like Ed.
There's so many tempting options here for white, and that's why he's spending his time in this moment. Time management also is about knowing when to spend your time, when you have to make the big decisions. And the big decision being made right here is that he gives up his rook in exchange for a bishop. The situation is now that black has a rook in exchange for 2 pawns and a knight. The knight should be better when helped by the 2 pawns. The black king also not in feeling completely safe at this point.
Totally agree.
So the idea here is that if black now captures the pawn on b3, there will be a fork. The knight will come in attacking both the king and the rook at the same time. However, we have talked about how rook endgames often end up in a draw despite one of the players having the material advantage. And I think that's why Anavel is thinking right now. He's considering whether he wants to give back that rook in exchange for a knight in return for getting rid of one of these annoying white pawns.
You probably will, right?
I don't know. I mean, but then it's a question of whether you're losing or miraculously saving a draw. It's not a decision you want to make. It would be a decision out of desperation. But having spent 1.5 minutes already, desperation does seem to be the flavor of the day. Okay, he
King
retreats
F7.
his king instead.
Also
now,
makes a lot of sense.
I feel like the knight should move forward. The knight getting in a good aggressive position in addition to offering that protection to the pawn.
Yeah.
The other option being, of course, capturing the pawn in the center.
Yeah, white is absolutely not worse here. Yeah, knight c5 I like.
Yeah, me too. I just want to keep these pawns. Okay, he kind of the same idea. The pawn is defended, the rook doing the defending instead of the knight. The king then presumably will return to where it came from now that there's no concern of the knight getting to the c5 square. Black has a difficult defensive task. And the winner in this game will be the only person to remain on a perfect score when 6 rounds have been played. Okay, the rook coming over. Don't like that. Pushing pawn forward. I do like that. Rook coming in for the check.
G3.
Yeah, or e3. The question is, do you want your king towards the middle or the side? I would like the middle. And that is also the choice of Oparin. The rook now will go, yeah, okay, down. And now rook to c3.
Rook d7 check. Rook d7 check. We have an issue because the b3 pawn is hanging. Yes, but maybe it's not so clear because king e8, knight f6 check, and then you can get active with the king. So can we? c6 is also, of course,
Nothing is
playable.
clear at this stage. The pawn is trying to become a new queen. The rook will have to come to a defensive position to try and stop that white pawn. But frankly, I don't see the follow-up for Oparin. I feel like Anawel here can use his rook to stop that pawn. I do not see how white is planning to keep that pawn defended moving forward. But he does have a 2-minute time advantage at this stage. If black survives this game, that would be sensational, so considering the situation on the board and also the situation on the clock. The pawn, the rook retreats, surprisingly for me. And it doesn't seem like black has a way to get rid of this white pawn anytime soon. Computer engine now saying white has a winning position. Not sure how though. The rook comes up. The pawn now only one step away from becoming a new queen. The rook needs to stop that pawn. And then I guess you just push this other guy. No, you just push your king.
Yeah.
And black is kind of trapped with the rook and king in defensive stances. And you cannot take out this white pawn only one step away from becoming a new queen. And now knight e6 decides the game. Wow. Knight e6,
oh, knight e6
from
is a
Oparin.
lovely shot. He has to see
terrible.
it though.
No, it's terrible because then rook f gives check and you lose the pawn.
Oh.
Yeah, never trust anything I say.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll remember that. Never trust anything your liver says. Okay.
Okay, but now the king can move up on the left side. That seems good. Why are we thinking? Rook needs to stop the king from entering this c6 square, so the rook needs to go to b6. And then I guess we try to use this pawn as a decoy.
Don't we play f4 first here?
Yeah, no, let's play f4 first. That makes more sense. King back. I mean, computer engine is saying this is completely hopeless for black, but frankly, I feel like black is doing a great job of fighting, and it's not clear what plan white needs to choose to finish this game. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Wow.
You saw he was just sitting
Beautiful.
ready with that move.
Wow.
That we gotta have a replay on that. He was just sitting ready for that rook d6 move. So right now, white has no kind of immediate threat, but the idea for white is just moving your king over along the left side. Black trying to prevent that plan by using the rook, seemingly having complete control of that d8 square. If the pawn moves forward and becomes a new queen, both the rook and the king can capture. The problem being, if the king captures, there's a double attack, the knight against king and rook. And if the rook captures, there's a different double attack against the king and rook. That's a beautiful finish from Oparin, taking him as the only player to 6 out of 6 and a perfect score.
Stunning finish. Really nice little pattern scene there. As you said, black walked straight into it. And with that, Oparin, the only player on 6 out of 6, and in a great position to cash in. He only really needs a 1.5 because we know his tie breaks are going to be so good that he's going to qualify. Let's go to another game. Pranav against Benjamin Bok. And this one here looks tricky.
It looks very tricky, but it doesn't really matter how it looks. Benjamin Bok is down to 27 seconds.
Yes.
There's absolutely no chance he's surviving being that low on time, right?
Well, I don't know. You can still blunder this away with white. For example, after knight c4, queen e6, you probably don't want to go rook takes d4 there because queen h3 check, king g1, and rook e1 is mate. So there are various ways to completely blow up here as white. So that's why Pranav is investing some time, and I think rightly so. Does he want to go knight c2 here?
I highly doubt it. Yeah, take that pawn. That would be my choice as well.
Whoa, the compy hated knight g2.
Sure, but it avoids immediate checkmate. And as long as you don't get checkmated in the next 20 seconds, you win the game. This is not about finding all the best moves. This is just about survival. However, I'm not sure why he's allowed this queen in here. That was not the best survival technique. This queen is now threatening checkmate. You have to give up your rook.
Queen c3
and your knight
pin.
is still in trouble.
Queen c3 pin, or knight e3 is also a nice. Yeah, okay. Queen
Yeah,
e5
okay.
check.
And now queen a5, e5.
But then queen f6. I mean, he's very fast, Benjamin.
Yeah, but do you really make the queen trade here with the black pieces? I guess you do.
Well, I don't know, actually. You might do, actually, with the h pawn.
Yeah. Both players now trying to get a new queen. Benjamin Book down to 12 seconds. Pranav needs to make a tricky move to kind of get black out of their flow. Black getting way too many easy moves right now, just promoting the pawn.
I like playing something like queen b6, h3, queen c7. Is that just ridiculous? Is it ridiculous?
Yes.
But it's kind of...
It's unexpected, which unexpected moves may be beneficial here. But now he just has to move. He's down to just 20 seconds. Okay, there's a draw by repetition. Benjamin Book going for the win with just seconds on the clock. Oh no, he's going for the draw. Yeah, sensible. Oh no! Oh! And Pranav is going for the win.
Wow.
And he's going to get it.
Wow.
Oh no, he blunders the knight.
Is he going to get it? 3 seconds is a long time here.
No, 3 seconds is not a long time. And he's going to get the win on time. Wow, incredible. Wow. Feels bad for Benjamin. Feels bad for Benjamin. In the final position, it's actually made in 2 moves.
Oh my God.
And here, rook down. Or if the king goes to the side. It was made in 2 moves in the final position. But Benjamin Book was out of time. And to be fair, Pranav had made all of his previous moves with that intention. That he was not trying to play the best moves. He was just trying to play quickly. And another player trying to play quickly here, it's Vovk, who does not play quickly enough, as Coach Poker takes the win. Also having the material advantage of a rook and bishop. So that seems fair. We have completed 6 rounds of this Chess.com Global Championship. We have 1 player on 6 out of 6. We have people chasing that 1 player, Oparin, and we will be watching those decisive games as we return after a break. The 44th Chess Olympiad is coming to Chennai, India. This is the biggest team event in chess with more than 100 countries competing for gold. Catch all the action on chess.com between July 28th and August 9th. And with that, we are back with the Chess.com Global Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Lawrence Trent. And Lawrence, who do you think is going to win this with just 3 rounds remaining?
Well, Oparin is now a huge favorite, especially if he plays against Pranav next. He's going to be a big favorite to actually beat Pranav with either color. That'll take him to 7 out of 7. And then he's really just very, very close. Just needs to avoid any serious accidents. It's going to be interesting who gets the 2nd to 3rd playoff spot, because as you can see here, we've got Pranav on 5.5 out of 6, but then we've got a whole host of players on 5, but probably around, 8 players or 9 players on 5. So this is a bit different. The structure of where these guys are is different to my normal commentary. There's normally a cluster that breaks away at the top, but they're very packed here. So I'm very curious to see who starts to kind of pull through. If I had to guess here, I like Jules Moussard to come through with 2 wins at the end. I like Raunak Sadhwani. I think he's a very dangerous little player. And I'm going to throw the big fish in there. So I'm saying Anawal, big fish, Raunak Sadhwani, and then it's going to be a case of who's got the better tiebreak. But before we go there, look at the mess we've got in this position. Pranav against Oparin, but Oparin, why are you playing like this? I don't like this.
I'm still not over the fact that you said Oparin is a favorite even with the black pieces. But I mean, in some ways, you've gotten some respect for what you said here, with Oparin being up a pawn early on. However, the reason why this down a pawn is because Pranav is sacrificing to create early trouble for Oparin. The evaluation bar favoring black's position, but the white pieces are aimed towards that black king, and this is going to be a really exciting one.
Yeah, but I'm not in love with Oparin's choice. I mean, this looks gross for black. Yes, you've sacrificed a pawn. You're a pawn up as black, but yes.
I don't understand. How do you feel Oparin is a favorite with the black pieces if you're unhappy about him being up a pawn after like literally 20 seconds?
Well, I don't like the opening, Jon Ludwig, quite simply. I mean, I'm saying that I think his opening is whack. And I think White has got excellent practical chances in this position. Had we started this commentary at the beginning of the game, I would have said Oparin is favorite, but I no longer believe that. I believe the opening has gone extraordinarily bad, actually, for black. And defending these and playing precisely here is just really gross with, he's already down on he has to play moves like F5. This is committal stuff.
But isn't Pranav sacrificing a pawn in the opening to create chaos? Isn't that kind of his playing style, don't you think?
I don't know.
He's Pranav, an IM who's playing along the grandmasters. He's got some special tricks up his sleeve to compete with the best of the best.
I really don't know Pranav at all. That's the problem. I've never seen him play. I might have actually played him, but I've never actually properly studied him. So I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about his style, but I love his position. Look, let's be honest. If you told me to be white or black here, I'd take white all day. I'm warming more towards F5 though. I actually really like this move by Oparin. You cut out the bishop, your bishop goes to F6, you get some harmony. But at the same time, a few precise moves here and white might be doing just fine. But what are those precise moves? That's the question.
Well, I'm thinking a few precise moves and black is just up a pawn.
So you are basically a pawn grabber, Jon Ludwig.
Well, that has never been much of a secret, but yes, I am. If a pawn can be captured, you can trust me to capture it.
Well, that's useful information in case we ever clash over the board. I will be giving you an offering on Ludwig, and please take my pawn.
Well, I'm sure I will, and then I will savor the victory.
Yes, and then I will screw up. Yes, and then you'll win, and that's how it will go. But it will be enjoyable. We'll both have a good time.
Pranav now taking an extended think after this f5 move, suggesting that he is not happy with how this has developed. He's moving up his queen. That was part of his long-term plan, using that queen and bishop together to point towards that black king. However, there is a black pawn blocking the diagonal, meaning that the queen is not as effective as white had originally intended. The pawn now kicking black's knight back. The white knight will be able to get a nice central location as a result of black retreating. But black has this, no, not the move. Knight f7. Yeah, actually knight e5 looks like quite a decent move for white. It's still a tricky situation for both.
Bishop a3 was actually a move I was thinking about right here. And it looks like it also works because white might try this weird maneuver of putting the bishop on c5 and then, just kind of planting it there. And after bishop f6, this is the question. Now what do you want to do as white? Rook a1 makes perfect sense, getting the rook out of the way.
What are we feeling like? Are we liking white? Are we liking black?
I tell you what, Jon Ludwig, look, listen, with Irina, we had a lot of fun. Irina was saying she loves to do the dollar bets. I don't know if you're a gambling man, Jon Ludwig, but you love black's position, right?
Well, I'm having second thoughts.
Oh, here we go. The second thoughts. Here we go.
I like being up a pawn.
Okay, well, I tell you what, I'll take Pranav at a price of 2-1.
Well, how are you getting odds in your favor? You said you like white's position. The weaker player. He's outrating Oparin by like 130.
These ratings don't count. It's 10-minute games. They're not the normal.
Oh my gosh, you're so getting fired. Did you just say that chess.com ratings don't count?
I'm saying that these are not a true reflection because the likes of Oparin, they don't play that much 10-minute chess.
Well, I mean, they play 10-minute chess every weekend on chess.com in the Rapid Chess Championship.
Assuming that they play every weekend. But look, let's be honest, the sample size isn't there. I will take 1.5-1 for Pranav.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're...
Actually, maybe, because now Oparin did something I've really...
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the broadcast.
All right. We'll just have a friendly, non-existent.
I think you were right initially here in saying that Oparin actually will beat Pranav with the black pieces. I was really shocked that you announced Oparin was a big favorite even with black. But having seen the opening now and having seen how he deals, and suddenly white not only has the approval of Lawrence Trent, white also has the approval of the chess engines, who now say white has good play for a pawn, evaluating this position as approximately equal.
And whose approval would you rather have? 3,500 chess engine who you can't go out for dinner with and have, watch a film with, or a 2,400 old washed up IM with no future, but a passion for the game?
Definitely the engine. Oparin here moving his queen. Now, together with his bishop, he is making a threat against the white knight. The big question is, does that knight need to be defended? I really want to go a5 here, trying to kick away the black knight. But not only does black capture a white knight, they also make a threat against my rook. So yeah, that's not going to be doable. Instead, Pranav retreating his knight.
Oh, I didn't like. Oh, the bar has gone
coming-
mental. The bar
Yeah,
has
the
gone
rook
mental.
coming into the middle. Was there an opportunity here for white to capture this
Oh,
knight
and rook
and then
b1.
catch these two pieces
Oh my
on
goodness.
the same file? It does seem like this was an option for white. Instead, Pranav has made the mistake of moving his rook over before he made the trade bishop for knight, and now Oparin can retreat his knight, knowing full well that his knight is protecting his bishop and that his pieces are working well together in this instance. A massive opportunity lost there for Pranav because, frankly, that was a simple tactic.
Wow, that's such a huge miss. So now now it's just a very tough. I mean, the knights and the bishops are also very, very messy. I mean, they're not working that well. It's still an unclear position to my mind. I think, but I'm slowly now starting to feel better for Oparin because, oh, a5 I didn't like either. I have to say, like, can we not just hunt that pawn? Some bishop d2, bishop takes a5. Is that too elementary or what?
No,
Was
but I
missing?
mean, that pawn was getting hunted regardless, in my opinion.
Possibly.
It's just a very tricky position, and I think, as you were saying, these three black pieces are completely cut off from the rest of Black's army. The queen and rook are unable to come over to that side of the board and help out. So Oparin under some massive pressure here, with the white pieces all focused on an area of the board where Black simply does not have things under control.
A very unpleasant position for Black. And down on the clock, a minute. He, has got, this is not an easy position. The moves here just don't flow naturally. There isn't an obvious contender or an obvious candidate.
I like this queen f7 move. It's preparing g5. The queen is actually, the idea behind this move is taking control of the h5 square so that when you play g5, the knight cannot move over there. A very good decision from Oparin, in my opinion. But the g5 move is prevented. Good awareness from Pranav, moving his pawn up to prevent Black's idea. But Oparin, he knew that was coming, and now he moved his queen yet again, this time trying to capture another white pawn on the side of the board.
Yes. And the question is, again, bishop c5, Pranav's so tricky. So he's saying, I'm not worried about bishop takes h4, because there's rook takes b7 immediately, correct? So do you have to play something as ugly as bishop a8 here? It's just too ugly, surely.
Well, the computer is suggesting queen to e4, which seems very nice for Black, getting that queen into a much, much better position. That queen now putting pressure on the c5 bishop, forcing the bishop to make a decision whether or not it wants to capture that Black knight on d6. And if you choose not to capture it, maybe that knight can come up in the middle of the board using that e4 square next. This game is just incredibly tense still. Oh, wow. So now these Black knights are making their way into the game. But in the meantime, the queen that was defending around the Black king has now completely vanished from that position, making its way over to the side of the board where Black was struggling. And in doing so, the Black king is now completely undefended, and White starts an attack against the few pawns actually helping out that Black king. This game has been incredible so far.
Yeah, really, really tense game. 94. Now White has got a tough decision to make. Do you just go queen e3 here? Is that legal? I mean, it doesn't feel like it's the right move.
No,
But
because if queen e3, black has the option of moving the knight back,
yeah,
protecting the rook, having this knight much closer to the black king, and you're also in a position to start capturing the white pawn in the middle of the board soon enough. So I don't think he's going to play queen e3, but does Pranav really have any other good moves? Because he needs to have his queen in a position where it's still giving protection to the d4 knight. I think Oparin is about to take over this game right now.
yeah, it's a tricky one. Really tough position, which is why Pranav is spending so much time here. And if we take on e4 after rook takes e4, we don't have any magic here. No, we just don't have a knight take. I wanted to try something brilliant like knight takes f5 there. So takes knight f5, and if
you're giving up your knight, no?
Yeah, I know. No, I wanted to illustrate that gf might be a blunder, but rook f4 is unfortunately on the board. But gf might actually be a blunder because there would
well,
be...
we did get the move on the board, and we're going to stay with the moves because they're getting low on time. The rook does come in, hitting both knights at the same time, forcing white back into a defensive stance. However, there is attacking opportunities in front of the black king still. The pawn moves forward, attacks the white knight. The knight will presumably walk...
Not sure. Knight e6 is a move here to maybe force a draw.
I mean, the knight can basically move anywhere, because once the knight moves, it allows for the queen to get involved afterwards. So all of the knight moves are very interesting because it opens up for the queen. Pranav, he decides to move the knight back so that the queen is not attacking together with the rook against the knight on e2. Oparin quick with his decision, capturing with the queen in the middle of the board, not
allowing
getting a lot
queen
of support.
G5? This is
from
horrible.
the engines.
Queen g5 and knight f4 covers everything. This is a horrible decision by Oparin. Now knight ef4, for example, or even rook b5 here looks strong.
Rook b5 has been played, but that was also a big mistake. With black now choosing not to move away the queen, but instead starting a massive attack against the g2 square, forcing trades. White had to save their queen, so they decide to make a trade with that pawn on f5. Now next up, the pawn on a5 will be captured next. This game is still just incredibly difficult to assess. And both players down now to just seconds on the clock. And there goes the bishop. The knight attacking both the king and the bishop. The bishop is lost. That means Pranav now has the big chance to win this game and take over the lead in the tournament. He's up by a knight, but he's down to just a minute on the clock. However, he is this knight is just securing all the squares around the white king. That was a great maneuver there from the white player. Now he just has to make sure he doesn't lose his rook. He's trying to get the rook into play without succumbing to some kind of knight attack. Rook c6 now should decide the game. As long as you play quickly, this is in the bag for Pranav. But he's down to just 50 seconds on the clock. So this could, anything could still happen.
Yeah, I feel as though he's fast enough and he's playing well enough, like h6, knight back to f7 once. Okay, now you go, you just take, rook g8, rook h8, okay.
Oparin trying to win the game on time. He has no hope in the position, but he does have a pawn pushing forward, stressing out the opponent when time gets low. We remember that Pranav was the winner in a situation where he was about to be checkmated in 2 moves as Benjamin Book ran out of time on the previous
Rook
game.
F8.
So he has been the beneficiary of these time scrambles. Will he once again prove that he is the number one player of the time scrambles? Yes, he will. He right now has 2 knights more than his. Oh, he's giving
Oh, he
away his
blundered
knight.
one. What a horrible blunder. Goodness me. What a horrible blunder. He's still winning, ironically. He's still winning, but...
Yeah, but does he have enough time to see it through? The rook needs to come back into defense. He's down to just 19 seconds. Oparin on 23 seconds. The king, the black king, is in a very annoying position, but luckily the white king got away from the back rank. Now pre-moving all his moves here. Pranav, check with the rook. No, he's moving the rook away. The knight comes in to block.
This is excellent.
I'm not sure. Is he quick enough, though? He's down to just 10 seconds. He's about to lose on time. And now the knight is pinned as well. Ooh, but he finds a tactic.
Great move.
Oh, but Oparin's trying to get a new queen.
94. Now he's winning again.
Yeah, very important for Oparin. He needs to capture that black pawn.
94,
Ooh, and he
92.
captures the pawn, so he's guaranteed himself a draw. And now he's just moving the queen around for the time. And it's going to be successful. Pranav is going to win this game on time against Oparin. 0.5 seconds to win it. Wow, that is the kind of thriller you want to see among the top 2 placed players in the event.
Wow, well done, Pranav. I mean, he really impressed me there, winning that game. That was really tough. And with that, of course, he does take the sole lead in the tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, our standings is not updating. But when they do get refreshed, we will see that Pranav, with this victory, has taken over the lead. He's now ahead of a great pack of 6 players chasing him. Everything is still up for grabs. A reminder that the top placed player will go through to the next knockout round, and the second and third placed finisher will play another match at the end of the tournament to decide which one of those two moves on to the knockout stages of the Chess.com Global Championship. And we just have to move on, because that game we just saw, that was also the last game to finish. And so we're moving on to the big fish, now trying to take out Pranav with the white pieces and with a superior pawn structure, as black has given themselves a doubled pawn on the queen side.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's got play down the c file. He's got the f5 break to engineer, and this position is by no means completely fantastic for white. I mean, white is for sure better, but probably nothing too special. But what's interesting now in the tournament is Pranav on 6.5, and then you've got 2, 4, 6 players on 6 out of 7. So a Pranav victory here guarantees, no, it doesn't guarantee him a qualification place, actually. That's funny. Not quite, because theoretically, 2 players could get 8.
Yeah, and that f5 move you mentioned has been played, but as a result, the f pawn has left the protection of the e6 square, which is where Fedoseyev, aka Big Fish, is trying to maneuver his pieces right now. That knight could get into the e6 square, also could get to the e4 square. Still uncertain where the Big Fish wants his knight. What is known is that the evaluation from the chess engine here on the left-hand side, it's showing way more white than black on this bar, and that signifies that it massively prefers white's position.
Yeah, this is I mean, this early f5, it was just a bit too premature by Pranav, and somebody like Big Fish could just punish you here. You know, Fedoseev is a fantastic player, much higher rated than Pranav in normal circumstances. And actually, if 93 comes next and 96, it's just strategically speaking over. It's over anyway. I mean, this is just really bad for Pranav. This could be over quick. This is just gross. So,
And that's a big problem for Pranav, because having studied the standings right now, I see that the number next to his score, where it says 21 and where it for Oparin says 27, that is the tiebreaker score that will separate these players at the end of the day. And Pranav's 21 is much, much worse than most of the people chasing him. So that means for Pranav to be safe, qualifying through to the knockout stages in the next month, he will need to score better than most of his competitors, because if they're on equal score on points, he will be knocked out by that tiebreak score, presumably because he made a draw early on. That may be one of the reasons his tiebreak score is bad.
precisely. Pranav
So
isn't. Yeah, go
the
on.
big question now is what happens if if black captures this pawn on f5?
Well, you take, go 96, one would assume 96 rook f6. But then maybe you can take queen g4, rook f7, you hold on, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure I followed all of that, but I think one of the problems here is that if knight takes f5, we're going to get the answer now. I was thinking just knight e3. The idea is that if this knight is captured, you're trying to make a trade, then white's bishop, it opens up for the bishop alongside the knight to capture in towards the black king. The king has to hide in the corner, but it's not safe in the corner because the white rook is getting involved as well along that third rank. Yeah, instead, you cannot make this trade. You need to go g6 to keep everything protected. And now, maybe now you go with that knight into e6 like you suggested.
Exactly. White's still in big control here. Huge positional advantage. And
there may come an attack in the very near future.
yeah.
Like you could get this queen up, maybe you can get the rook over like we saw in the previous line. And like one of black's main problems in this opening is that this black bishop on b7, it just becomes completely out of play because it's being blocked by the white central pawn and it's being blocked by its own pawns in other directions. So this bishop is just not contributing to the game. And Big Fish, wow, look at this. Rook to e3. He's just going for the immediate checkmate with the rook while that black bishop is still out of it.
Yeah, this is just really tough. And rook f6 and the bar shot right up. I mean, you can't be too critical of Pranav moving here because playing this position is just very difficult. So what is the best way here as white?
I guess I'm going rook h3.
So rook
I don't
h3.
think it's very clear just yet. I mean, to me, it seems like black still has some pawns protecting against the immediate pressures of white's bishop and rook. So the rook needs to find another route to attack the black king. So even though the engine is massively favoring white, it's not at all clear how white is to benefit in the short run.
Trying to calculate things.
Oh yeah, actually, so I see that rook g3 is recommended by the engine, but I was thinking, what if then just king h8? but
Correct.
maybe I can sacrifice my knight on
Oh,
h7, and when the
yeah.
king captures the knight, we bring the queen up into the
Oh,
attack together with the rook, and there's like some sort of trouble here. I don't see a checkmate though. So this is the kind of like when once you make a sacrifice, you
what do you
have
mean
to
you don't
have
see
it
it?
under control. And
It's just
speaking
made,
of
no?
making sacrifices,
Ah,
that's precisely what Big Fish has done, but he's done it even earlier. He captured the pawn on h7 with his knight. But what now? What if this knight is captured by the king? This game is just too
he wants to go
complicated
queen
for me.
g4, e4, rook h3, rook h6, queen f5. He wants to go queen g4 anyway.
So he's trying to lure this black king
Yeah.
onto the same diagonal as white's bishop, because his priority in this situation was getting his queen into the game. But black had the squares the queen wanted to go to under control. So by sacrificing his knight, he's making a square available that wasn't previously so. And now with this queen h3 move played instantly, check on the king. If the king moves, the rook comes in to catch the king and queen on the same file. And if the queen blocks instead, the bishop will come in with a double attack on the knight and on the king. What a game from Big
Incredible.
Fish.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. And this is probably going to put him into first place.
Precisely. Well, it is. I mean, he is going to win this. He's up on the clock. He's got a winning position. And that then opens the floodgates for everybody else. That means the likes of Oparin can bounce back. Raunak Sadwani, Marco Rielli, Bobo Saturov, all of these guys, Rook G3. And Pranav is going to continue fighting here, but it's very much in vain. Bishop takes f5 is also just a threat here, so that's another problem.
I'm not sure he's going to even continue fighting. There's just no hope against the queen. The queen and bishop working together against the pawn on f5. And Big Fish is going to take the big matchup down. Bishop takes here. You don't really have to be concerned about the capture on g2, I think. But even if you are concerned, you can just use your pawn to block this bishop's pressure down towards the white king. Big Fish is going to win this game. And so that makes it really exciting how the other players on the same score as Big Fish, how they are doing. And one of those players is the former leader, Gregory Oparin. He was the only player on 6 out of 6. He then lost the 7th round, but he can regain his lead here with a very flashy move, knight to b5.
Wow.
The idea is opening up the c3 square for the bishop so that when you capture black's bishop, the queen cannot recapture because the bishop will then come in, attack the queen, and attack the king. Let's just say that the bishop arriving on this c3 square, regardless of whether it's winning a queen or not, it's still pointing down towards the black king, which is poorly defended on the edge. And this should be a checkmating attack for white, as there's also potential of using the g file with a rook.
It's just over. The black king is too exposed. The bishop is too strong. And there's really not too much to discuss here. So Oparin is going to move on. What about one of the other games, Jon Ludwig?
There's one game here with 2 players on 6 out of 7. It's Santo Blue with the white pieces. And white is up a rook in exchange for a bishop. So white up on material, but the white king is not feeling very safe right now. And it's very unclear how this game is going to go.
Yeah, this is a 3-result game, 100%. Sadwani with a slight time advantage. I would probably, who would I take? Tricky question. Queen d1. I would probably take black somehow. It feels like white is the one who has to find precise moves.
You know, I would be surprised if black does not win within a couple of moves. I think the white king is in dire straits. But right now, the rook does get in a position where it can cover the king from the side. However, in the meantime, black is just been capturing pawns, and black has these pawns now that can be guided all the way through to becoming a new queen. And frankly, there's not that much white can do to stop it, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Is that pawn not just running all the way over the board, Lawrence?
Looks very, very bad. Yeah, it feels very difficult to stop. And the beautiful thing about black's position is that he can't ever get mated. But the bishop on d4 does such a phenomenal job of controlling some key squares. This is really, really tough for white. I don't envy white's task here to defend this position.
And you can't even capture the bishop because the bishop is defended. However, with that bishop being defended, that actually removes the defensive ideas that you just highlighted, Lawrence. So
right.
How do you feel about this e5 move, blocking the bishop's influence towards its own king?
Not in love with it. Not in love with it. It's a sort of move that you see young players make, even young grandmasters. And I feel like an old wily grandmaster would just leave it on e6 and just make sure that he's covered. I don't think there was any real need to overly support that bishop. So, I mean, I would still take black, but it feels as though white has made some progress. It rook b2 I don't like.
Is that not just a blunder after rook
Yeah.
to e3? No, it is not. Ooh, it's a trick. White is coming in with some trickery here. If the rook comes to attack the queen will capture black's pawn. And if the bishop captures white's rook, then it turns out it's actually black getting checkmated with the queen coming into the corner, protected by her own rook, and checkmate on the board. Wow, that is some trickery. So black decides to avoid that situation, pushes the pawn up. He needs to have the opportunity to use his queen back as a defender. Now black has realized that there is some trouble with the king, that you cannot defend towards your own king now that your bishop has been disconnected from that area. So black goes for the queen trade, and now white is pushing their pawns up, potentially trying to create something against the black king. This is still tremendously complicated.
It is, but at the same time, it still feels as though black is in the driving seat here. I just feel like, but rooks are rooks, and they can go far and long, and you know they can cause a lot of damage. So it's not completely clear to me. Assessing this has been rather tough.
Yeah, so the big problem in black's position is the pawn on f7. If that pawn is captured, then white will have a pawn 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And I thought that moving the rook back to protect this pawn would be a problem as the other white rook gets involved. But apparently this was a very
this
good
move here, rook
positioning.
e8. Did you see that? The bar just shot down.
It was up and down for every single move that was being made. It was a tricky situation for both players, but it does seem as though black has gotten this pawn moving. This pawn now only 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. White tries to make some trades. White trying to get their pawn up the board to become a new queen as well. But black has 2 of them, and they're just moving up the board. and black wisely deciding not to make these trade of rooks, because this trade would just end the game in white's favor as the pawn promotes. And yeah, now while white is trying to eliminate this f7 pawn, black is just using the distraction of the other pawns to win the game, I think. I'm not too sure about this previous move, though. Why can white not just capture?
Just a3, maybe?
But
It gets
a3,
closer.
I take this one.
Yeah. Or b2, rather. This is obviously much better. Because we can block with bishop b6, no?
Yeah, but like white is now only 2 squares away from getting their new queen.
Yeah, but it's
Are you
3
confident
moves.
you're winning this in
Yes.
40 seconds?
Yes. Because it's not 2 moves, it's 3 moves.
Okay,
Like
so
rook
very
b7.
importantly, the bishop,
bishop
is
b6.
able to go back to
Yeah.
block the check. Black will get a new queen, and black will not lose that queen because the bishop protects. But now the pawn moves forward, only 1 step away from becoming a new queen. I don't know why white is hesitating. You just got to play your moves quickly at this point.
But it's mate, no?
Maybe.
It's just mate. It's not just mate. But you're stopping f8 equals queen, so there's actually no rush. Can we just go
Really? Because
a3?
now rook a8.
King c6 is a good move.
No, but rook a8, you're getting a new queen.
But I'm out the pin now. Queen f1, like queen f2, queen f1, king g3, and then bishop f2, king f3.
The bishop
Yeah.
gets involved.
Yeah, but hold on, it's not over. Bishop c5, like
Now checkmate there.
mm,
Oh, he took the.
now we
He
take
just took the rook because now he's protecting the queening square with his bishop. Good
Nicely
play
done.
from Raunak, and he takes the win with not very many rounds remaining. So how are we doing right now? This was round 8. There's only 1 game remaining, and there's 4 guys tied for the lead. This is incredibly exciting. Oparin, Big Fish, Raunak, and a big surprise, Marco Relay on 7 out of 8.
yeah,
What
he's not such a big surprise to me. I've been watching him the past few tournaments. He's always been up there or around there. Clearly severely underrated. But yes, of course, still a bit of a surprise in this field. So we're gonna
Well, if anyone qualifies who's not a grandmaster, that's a surprise in my book. And we're gonna get a big name matchup. It's Big Fish versus Oparin.
Yes.
And Oparin, if he makes a draw here, he is guaranteed to make it to the playoff. But if he wants to get that spot in the knockout stages right away, he will need to win this game, as will Big Fish. It's always interesting when you need to win to make the magic happen.
Yes, it's that's the interesting thing, the dynamic here, because Oparin has got this glorious advantage, right, with his tie breaks. He's on 37. So Oparin with a win is definitely in. With a draw, he's also in
for the playoff.
For the playoff, at the very least, because his tie break is too good. 3 points clear. That's way too good. So Oparin just needs to not lose this game, and he's in at least with the playoff.
But he sacrificed a pawn in the opening.
Well, but Jon Ludwig, this is common theory. Why are we talking like this?
Common theory is taking back with the queen. Taking back with the knight is very unusual.
No, it's not that unusual. Come on. We know it's not that unusual.
In that case, why is he spending 40 seconds on his move?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not totally uncommon. I mean, how many...
And why is the computer engine giving black a significant advantage?
Because computers like pawns.
It changed its mind.
It changed its mind. It changed its mind more than you, Jon Ludwig.
I'm not sure about that. But I do think this is a risky strategy from Oparin, giving up a pawn in the opening. I think it speaks to the fact that he's trying to win the final game. He's not happy going into a 50-50 situation with a two-match playoff. He wants to win this tournament outright, and to do so, he needs to win this game. And he's taking risks to make that happen. And Big Fish here seems to be the better prepared player. He already has a pawn advantage. He also has a minute up on the clock. Big Fish must be happy with how this is going, considering that he also needs a win in this game.
Yeah. But typical Catalan position. This has been played by Andreikin, Fedoseev, Magsudlu, Svirts, Fedoseev, Inarkiev, Avruk. So it is a, you're right, queen takes d2 is the absolute main line, but this is an interesting little sideline that probably Oparin is kind of winging it. It feels like he's kind of winging it. But yeah, knight e4, knight c5 is...
It definitely does feel like winging. And I noticed that when you were mentioning the names of players who had played this in the past, the name Fedoseev kept popping up.
Yes.
And that is the player here with the black pieces. Big Fish, aka Vladimir Fedoseev. This is something of a line in which he is one of the world's greatest experts.
Yeah. And this f6 move and back to f3, this was seen a lot in, well, it was maybe not a lot, but reminds me of Carlsen Nepomniachtchi, where black played f6 in some of these lines. But you're right. I mean, Fedoseev clearly, well-versed in this. And there is danger with white, because if you don't have anything quick, you are just a pawn down. b3. This is the classic response here.
So Oparin willing to make a trade of pawns, even though that's part of black's doubled pawns. White is willing to make that trade because you're thinking, I'm going to get pressure with one of my rooks, or both of my rooks, or both of my rooks and my queen along the c file once I just get this annoying black c4 pawn out of the way.
Exactly. Very, very complex position. Okay, cb3, queen b3. And, you might be a pawn up here with black, but also you need to find configurations for your pieces. And that's not such an easy job.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position and a combative opening choice from Oparin. We're going to stop by the other matchup we have, which is Sadwani against Marco Riele. And the non-GM player in the field has an advantage according to the computer. He has gotten all of his pieces involved in this game early on, standing now with two rooks pointing down towards the white position. This has gone terribly wrong for white. How has the black rooks coordinated this beautifully while the white rook is still stuck in the corner?
Yeah, black has played great, clearly, and white not so great, and black has got a perfectly harmonious position and everything you could ever ask for. But the next stage is how to actually convert that advantage, right? So the next move here is not that clear to me.
So still a struggle ahead in this game. Marco moving his rook up, basically inviting white to move the knight back where it came from. Was this an invitation for a draw with repetition from the black player that was denied by Raunak? Either way, I think the fact that black is up down 2.5 minutes on the clock, that could have a decisive effect on this matchup. We will be returning here But seeing as how it's a symmetrical pawn structure, that all the pawns are equal and there's only one open file, uh, it does feel like the excitement is bigger in our other top matchup between Oparin and Big Fish.
Yeah, and a position again where, from a practical point of view, I think I would take white here. 91, I love to reposition the knight on d3, and then the c5 square is available. And once more, it's that same old situation for black. Where are you supposed to be putting your pieces? We know that if you can break out and consolidate, you're fine. But how do you actually do that? Every pawn move loosens you. It's really tricky, really tough.
And yet, the Big Fish has managed to maintain an advantage on the clock. Now moving his rook to the side, presumably trying to get his bishop ready to enter the game via the a6 square. If given the option, black would love to trade this bishop for the white knight as it's about to join the game. So I'm expecting this knight to just move up before the bishop ever gets a chance to make a trade.
Yep. Would you take white here, Jon Ludwig?
I really don't know, but I see the eval bar says black is doing better. So in general, I prefer to be the guy with the pawn up. So I would probably prefer
all those years space barring, huh? Took your soul away from chess, huh? Give this to Jon Ludwig in the year 2005. He's all over white. He sees the knight coming to c5. He can't quite see how black unravels, but you know what? Black is slightly better. The eval bar. Let's go with that.
Well, black is also up a pawn.
Yeah,
which I feel is something you seem to underestimate.
I certainly do. I certainly am a bit careless with my pawns. It's probably a bit of a leak in my game.
It's easier being careless about other people's pawns, though. That's the advantage of doing commentary. And Big Fish makes a big move, pushing his pawn forward in the middle of the board, trying to lessen white's grip here on the center. And if he can do that without being punished, at some point, even Lawrence is going to admit that the black position is superior.
No, but this is what I was talking about. If you can break successfully, you're good. But I love this move, Rook E1. I was just saying, we don't actually mind ED4, because the pawn on D4 still restricts the knight on D7, and black still can't quite unravel fully. So I love Rook E1, actually.
Getting ready to put that pressure down towards the black queen. So that means maybe black should not be making the trade in the middle, understanding that that will cause some trouble for the queen.
Yeah, this is not easy.
Wow.
Wow, F5. He did go for it.
Wow.
But now you give up the E5 square precisely. And
that was a lot of moves in a short time span. And Big Fish, he just continues to push his pawns forward in these trades, though. Because this knight is attacking the rook, white needs to recapture there with the other white knight, then making it to this amazing E5 square. This square is incredible because there's no black pawns to attack the knight and chase it away. So the knight is just going to have an incredible placement there for the foreseeable future. That being said, black is still up a pawn, and that pawn can now push forward. But on the other hand, white has an attack against the pawn on c6. Very tricky position. The rook comes up, attacking the pawn on a5, but also getting ready for the other rook to get involved, working together towards the black pawn and towards the black queen. White will also try to get their bishop rerouted back into the game, this is going to be a thriller.
Yeah, it's again a position I'm sticking by my guns. I would still take white here just, but I do think that Big Fish has made some decent improvements.
Ooh,
G4. I was about to say this move. G4. Is G4 available here? I love this move. This is a great move.
White giving away the pawn in front of their own king because they want to take control of the middle of the board. A piece placed in the middle can attack in both directions, and that's precisely what White is gunning for right now.
GF knight takes a4 is his cheeky idea.
Oh, is that a decisive blunder? What is happening? The bishop is under attack. If the knight captures on the side, we're gonna have to go into analysis mode here. The knight would be attacking the queen, the rook. This pawn is still attacking the bishop. If the queen moves, you capture the rook. You can recapture with the pawn and attack both the rook and the bishop. However, when the rook moves, the bishop gets captured. It turns out because you moved your pawn over here to the left side, the pawn has abandoned the knight in the middle, which is then captured. Wow, some really tricky sequences here. Which is why, wow, this is very clever from Oparin, which is why he put his queen on a1, because then he is giving protection to the knight in the center. So now, if the black knight had captured the white rook, then white would have been for preference, because the pawns are attacking both the rook and the bishop, while the queen is taking care of the knight in the center. This is some incredible play from both players, because now Fedoseev moves his bishop up, protecting his knight, and then he captures the rook, and now he's going to give up his bishop. But he's giving up his bishop in such a way that he has all of these pawns that can make it over to the other side and become new queens.
But this is not over. I mean, h5 as well is a really sort of optimistic approach. I mean...
Oh, wow, and he just gives away the knight.
It's probably a good move.
Oparin giving away the knight because he sees at least I get rid of some of these dangerous black pawns, and maybe I can also get my rook over to that other side and attack the black king.
No, this was a decent response by Oparin. Practical decision making. It's a key thing to these sorts of
And
games.
Big Fish has still not taken the knight.
Yes.
Because the knight is trapped. The knight has nowhere to go, so Big Fish says, well, I'm not in a rush to capture it. I'll capture it next move.
This is really high level stuff. Okay, rook d4 or rook a4, let's say, ht4, bishop e4, and we just carry on. Do we? It looks bad though, queen e5. I don't love it.
Incredible play.
I love rook e8. This is really fantastic. And by the way, if Oparin loses this, he's pretty much done, because Raunak Sadhwani won that awful position against Marco Riele. So that actually means that if Big Fish wins, it's all over, isn't it? There's 1 and 2. There's not even a second and third place playoff.
Well, there's a second and third place playoff regardless.
It is regardless?
Yeah.
Even if there are 2 guys on 8?
Yes.
Doesn't make too much sense. I will get confirmation of that.
Just to catch the end of this game, Oparin is losing his knight. The knight made a very strange entry into the heart of Black's position, but it's game over for that guy. It's being captured by the black rook as we speak. And then we're going to have to do some counting, because in this situation, black has a rook, white has a bishop, but black not only has an extra rook for bishop, Black also has one more pawn than his opponent. So he's up rook and pawn versus bishop.
Absolutely. Queen d6, and this is gross, but just to get confirmation, we are going to have a playoff. So even if Big Fish wins this, he is going to actually, it depends. He might have a better tie break than Raunak. Let's see, firstly, if he converts it, and then we can do some calculations. But is there anybody? Ooh, Pranav could get the third place if he wins. So Pranav is probably playing Sam Chessmood, I would guess. And if Pranav wins, he gets the third place playoff.
Are you feeling, so you're feeling confident this is over? Big Fish is going to win this.
Well,
yeah, look at those rooks.
Yeah.
Look at those rooks pointing now in towards the white king. That seems very over. We'll just catch the finishing touches here, because it may be that this rook will sacrifice itself against this white bishop to eliminate the defender, and then the rook comes in, and then the queen comes in for the checkmate. The Big Fish has made it to 8 points out of 9, and we can see that he takes his place in the standings above Raunak. It does seem like Big Fish has the superior tiebreak points, in which case he will make it through to the knockout stages, and in which Raunak will have to face off against the third place finisher. And the question now is whether that third place finisher is going to be Pranav. Pranav is playing against Jules Mozart right now. The position equal according to the engine evaluations, but frankly, to me, it looks like Pranav is in some trouble. The black rook coming in, chasing the king back. There is a pawn trying to create some checkmating patterns. The rook is trying to come behind this white pawn, stopping it from moving further forward. I think, black is going to win this game on time, if nothing else. So Pranav is not going to make it. Kovalev has already played 9 games, so he cannot make it. So that means someone on 7 out of 9 is making it.
Wait, what are you talking? Hold on a second. Pranav is white here, right?
Oh, Pranav is white.
It's over. Pranav just won.
Wait, what?
What happened?
But where did the rook go?
Oh, he blundered G3 check. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Oh,
he really did. That's shocking.
So Pranav makes it.
Pranav makes it. So we're going to have a Sadhwani Pranav. That's an all-Indian affair playoff for the next qualification spot.
Well, that's when all the games are confirmed. All the games have not finished yet. There is still an outside chance that Raunak can improve his tiebreak points to make it into the next stage. And here we see Anton Demchenko in an equal position. He's going to lose. That's an incredibly risky move by Coach Poker. To actually allow black to get the pawn. What a blunder. What a blunder. No. Demchenko with 0.1 seconds left. He doesn't get the pre-move to take out the pawn, and he loses the game. What a finish. Oh my gosh, Demchenko loses to Coach Poker, but that means now our standings are confirmed. Raunak in second place. He will take on his countryman Pranav. One of them will make it through to the knockout stages, but before that, we're going to take a quick break and be back with player camps on this match. Hey everyone, we are back with the Chess.com Global Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Lawrence Trent, and we just witnessed an incredibly exciting finale to this tournament in which Big Fish of Russia, he goes ahead and takes the first place, qualifying himself for the knockout stages. But it's not over just yet, is it, Lawrence?
No, it's not. The second place qualifier has to be decided, and the two players battling out will be Raunak Sadhwani and Pranav, both from India. There'll be 2 games of 10+0. If it is tied after those 2 games, then there's going to be an Armageddon game, which is slightly different to what we're used to, because the lowest bidder of the time in that Armageddon game wins. So, for example, if I am black, and I, of course, with black in Armageddon, I only need to draw, I don't need to win. If I bid 8 minutes and my opponent bids 7 minutes, then the 7 minutes will take it. So the lowest bid will actually win. Slightly different format. We can see here Sadhwani, and here we have a glimpse into Mr. Pranav, who I've never seen before. Sadhwani I've seen, he's a cool customer. He's rocking the chain there. That's serious. You know, he's a seriously cool dude. Pranav, as I said, international master, very strong though. He's really performed extremely well in this tournament. And this is a huge match. Remember, if they qualify, $5,000 minimum. This is a $5,000 10-minute shootout. And for somebody like Pranav, who's an international master, probably doesn't win much prize money playing tournaments, this is a huge amount of money. Let's not take anything away. I mean, you know, for somebody like for Sadhwani, maybe not, but for somebody like Pranav, he will very rarely get the opportunity to play for this kind of big money in tournaments, and he'll be a bit nervous about that, I think.
And so do you think that's going to affect his game, or do you think that's just going to make him even more sharp to make sure he gives his best in this match?
I don't really know. As I say, I don't know him at all. I know for some players it motivates them, for others not. For others, it's too much pressure. But we will soon see what Pranav is made of. How is he going to do against one of the big talents of India, Sadhwani? He's been around for a few years now, but his ascent has been great, and I think his FIDE is he 26.50? No, he's around 26.20, but he's in that group of very talented young Indian players. But it seems like there have been a few that have made the jumps. Gukesh now over 2,700, for example. Pragnananda 2670-ish. Erigasi, phenomenal player, 2690, and so on and so forth. So Sadhwani is the next guy who needs to make that jump up to catch his group of his chums. I'm sure they're all very friendly with each other. But first things first, he's got to dispose of a very impressive Pranav, who did extremely well. So I'm very curious to see what will happen.
And the game just kicked off, and Raunak going for the Italian opening here from the get-go. Pranav playing a slightly unusual move on the fourth move, going h6 and then g6, trying to place his bishop on the side of the board to give protection in towards the middle. A rather unusual strategy, but one that he seems to be comfortable with.
Yeah, this particular system I've played tons with black, and it's gross. It doesn't look too bad, but actually the pawn on a5 is really, really awkward for black. It doesn't look like it at all, but in so many endings, you have issues with this b7 pawn. And in general, this whole setup for black, when you're not able to go knight a5, is really, really unpleasant. So White's going to continue playing his normal stuff, h3, knight f1. And what you're supposed to be doing here with black is you're trying to organize some kind of King's Indian-like f5 break. King h7, knight h5, f5, something along those lines. But the moment you do that, you leave the d5 square very, very weak. And I've had countless games in this system with black. And the other thing is you want to go c6 a lot, but then you weaken the b6 square. So, and when you move the knight, you allow d4. I probably Sadhwani himself has beaten me in this particular position. It's just unfortunately not the way to go. But let's see if in a slightly quicker format, Sadhwani is not as precise. But already I really like White's position.
Black seems like Black kind of abandoned that whole plan of pushing the pawns forward, instead using their pieces in this middle game. Now, a potential mistake on Sadhwani's part, allowing some tactics here. We're going to open up the analysis board and see that Black now has a great opportunity to capture in the center and then push forward their pawn, with the idea that this pawn cannot be captured by the white pawn, because that would leave the white rook undefended on e1. However, such a trickery may also backfire, as white then would have the option of capturing a free pawn. However, this is the path Pranav has chosen. He doesn't play this tricky d5 move. Instead, he moves his knight off the edge of the board, trying to attack the pawn in the center. White, in the meantime, trying to push back this black bishop. The idea being that if the bishop retreats, the knight will return to its optimal placement without being captured by black's bishop.
Yeah. So I guess the bishop will go back to d7, then knight f3, and then if white, again, is allowed to unravel, knight g3, he's going to have e5 breaks, and it's going to be gross. So actually, black has to find some kind of idea right now. And is d5 here ridiculous?
The computer engine is suggesting it on black's behalf. I do feel like it's a move out of desperation, though, because if this bishop returns and the knight comes back, that's just the end of it for a black, which is the reasoning for why Pranav is moving his bishop back on the side of the board. This bishop is incredibly poorly placed, but it does do one thing. And that one thing is the fact that the bishop keeps control of that f3 square, preventing white's knight from getting there. And also the pressure on the d4 pawn should not be underestimated, because there's also a black bishop pointing in that direction.
Yes, but there is something optically that doesn't sit well with me. This bishop h5 move, I can't really get behind it. The bishop gets locked out there very, very often. And, you know, d5 is an interesting decision by Raunak. He's basically abandoning now the fact that, you know, he's basically saying he doesn't need his bishop to be good on c4, and everything revolves now around just trapping this bishop on h5. He'll play queen d3. He won't take on b7 because rook fb8 wins the queen. So he's going to play queen d3. And then, then there's knight d7. So you're getting hit, actually, because then there's a knight e5 or knight c5, potentially. So where is the best square for this queen?
So right now, in order to save the pawn in the center, the pawn felt forced to move forward. It did not stop the black knight from infiltrating, though. And now the queen moves away, like Lawrence discussed, attacking the knight. The knight is protected by moving the other knight, because that opens up a defense from the bishop. And if black is now allowed one more move, this knight is going to come up. It's going to annoy the white queen. And I could easily see black winning such a position.
Yeah.
Knight e5 now, for instance, the knight coming into play.
Sure.
Do you think, Lawrence, if knight e5 here, do you think he's sacrificing his queen?
Of course. Why not?
Wow. And he does it. Raunak Sadwani sacrifices his queen, but he actually manages
He
to
gets
get
3
two
pieces.
bishops and a knight in exchange for that queen. And now he's also going to potentially capture that h5 bishop. Actually, maybe he doesn't even want to capture that bishop with his knight. Maybe he wants to orchestrate some sort of situation where the pawn comes up and captures it. And actually, bishop takes h6. Oh, I was just going to say it. Incredible move. Black's position just suddenly falling apart. The idea is that if this bishop is captured by the black king, the knight will come in with a double attack. Oh my gosh, what a play from Raunak Sadwani. He's really putting on a show right now.
Yeah, he's playing lovely chess. And now I like the move king h2 as white, because you want to buttress the center with f3 and go bishop f2. I fully expect that move, but then again, I will probably be wrong. But it looks, or you can even think about f4 at the right moment. Well, he goes rook c1. Okay, he's basically saying black has got no ideas. Maybe bishop d3. This is also perfectly reasonable.
The white pieces are doing a great job of covering everything in the center. In the meantime, white is utilizing that open file for the rook, and now he's going to play that rook up and get the other rook involved as well. He's just saying, well, all of this area is completely protected. The pieces are doing a great job of helping each other. So now you're just going to double your rooks along the c file and go after this c7 pawn. And frankly, there's really nothing. There's nothing black can do. Black is just completely stuck.
Yeah, it's a gross position for black. You know, the 3 pieces really do overpower the queen. The rooks have been neutralized. Rook e1 is good. You don't need to have the rooks on the e file, and this is just gross. This is just over, actually. There's nothing really for black to do. He goes f5. You can't blame him for playing this move. Takes on h5 is good enough. And he might even land a knight on e6, actually.
Yeah, there's some trickiness here. If the white pawn captures the black pawn, then black may sacrifice their rook on this white bishop. And this white bishop is so valuable that you might just choose not to capture a free pawn to stop such complications. But there's other moves as well. Rook takes c7, surely tempting. Oh, he just takes an f5. He allows this sacrifice, and he's saying, well, you're welcome to give away your rook for a bishop, because at that point, I'm just going to have so many more pieces than you for that queen. The sacrifice has been made, and the rook is trying to get involved with the queen in some sort of attack against the white king.
How do you like rook takes c7 here, Jon Ludwig? With the no, sorry, I missed rook d1 check at the end. Even that's quite funny. Hold on, I've got a great line. Rook c7, rook d3, knight e6. No, it doesn't work, does it? Quite. I wanted to get a position. He goes knight e6 immediately, of course. This is just much cleaner. Now rook takes c7 is a threat because rook g7 and rook c8 is mate. And that might be all she wrote.
Nah, as long as you have a queen, there's hope, surely. As long as you have a queen, there's some microscopic chance of the opponent succumbing to some sort of perpetual
rook takes
check.
c7. Rook takes c7, rook e1.
Yeah,
but then I'll want to show you my line. So, oh no, can I still show you my line? Nearly. It's still that's still winning for white, but yeah, you can just.
Ooh, wow, brave decision here by Raunak. He continues capturing black pawns, allowing a rook sacrifice on the side of the board to open up around the white king. But he has just assessed the situation and says, well, my king is going to get away. So if we do an analysis of this line where the rook sacrifices itself to open up around the king. The king just runs over to the other side. There's no more checks. The king finds safety, and it's game over. So yeah, he seems to have everything under control. And what a way to win such an important game by sacrificing the queen. He's got to be feeling so confident right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, to a certain extent, but it wasn't a true sacrifice, right? A queen for 3 pieces is a pretty fair trade-off, right? And it was quite a standard sacrifice. It wasn't like giving a queen for much less material and then some kind of play after that. So I think Raunak will be happy, obviously, with just winning, and he can just take on c6 now.
Yeah, very nice. The rook coming in for the checkmate, the pawn taking out squares around the king, and game 2 just starts immediately. No rest, no chance to kind of think, oh, amazing, I'm leading. They're just starting up with the next game right away. And Raunak, now only needing a draw with the black pieces, he goes for the Berlin defense, which has a reputation of being very difficult to beat.
Yes, it does. And, Raunak has played a very sensible line here. c6, bishop a4 is the move. But black has had some issues in this top level recently, I believe. I think white has been doing okay. Yeah, some early bishop g5. This is all right. And not so easy for black because you have to commit at some point. But I think Raunak will be pretty happy.
So white has this bishop pointing in towards the black king, knight and queen. And very often when you have this situation, black feels forced to pushing their pawn in front of their king forward, which is a risky endeavor. It does create a lot less safety around your own king. But on the other hand, if you can seize the initiative, if you can continue forward on that side of the board, it might turn out good for you in the end after all. However, right now it does feel like the black king is not entirely safe. The white knight attacking the black bishop, the normal move to make in such a situation would be to retreat the bishop back, but then white would build up in the center, which seems a bit problematic if you ask me. So still a very tense strategic struggle. All the pawns are still on the board, which always makes for an extra tricky situation because then the pawn structure, the way the pawns work together, can change in so many different ways.
Yeah, and Pranav should be happy. He got his concession out of black with g5. He's got his little imbalances. He's sturdy enough. He's got his pawn breaks. He's got his d4s if he needs, and he has his and h5. Okay, and now I guess you go h4 here as white, but then maybe knight g4. No.
Yeah, h4 risky move. If you go 2 steps forward, you do stop the black pawn from moving further forward. At the same time, you might be opening up around your own king. And the black queen will also here get into an attack, working down towards that white king. So that could be a risky decision. And presumably that's why Raunak has played this h5 move. He's trying to provoke white into being too aggressive on that side, trying to open up so that black can attack the white king.
Yeah. I like this though by Raunak because you don't want to stay too passive, too scared. You only need a draw, but just play your normal stuff, put your opponent under pressure, and see what happens. So I do like this decision by Raunak to play h5, and Not an
Yeah,
easy decision.
I completely agree.
What is the best move? I'm kind of curious.
The computer is suggesting making trades for white, which,
wow.
it doesn't feel right.
No.
When you are in a must-win situation, it feels strange that you should be making trades. But ultimately, what white wants to make happen here is that he wants to open up for this bishop. Right now, this bishop is pointing into a black pawn defended by another black pawn. And that is like the death of a bishop. Bishops hate pointing in towards an opposition pawn defended by another one. So in order to resolve that, white will have to push their pawn up in the center to try and make a trade and weaken the defenses these pawns are providing to each other. But making that happen is not so easy. And that's why Pranav was taking his time on his decision.
Yeah. Like Queen D2, though. I think it's a good move, actually. Just asking black some questions. And a lot about chess is asking your opponent questions at the higher levels. Make them make tough decisions. Make them play precisely.
Yeah, and now if King G6 to defend this pawn, then you can go H4.
Right.
Because then it would feel a lot more dangerous for black to open up around the king, maybe. Instead, knight d7 is on the board. Sacrificing the pawn on d6. This pawn is no longer defended, but that's because black knows that he has a threat himself with pushing the pawn forward on the side, trapping white's bishop. Okay, the pawn moves forward. The bishop finds a hiding spot.
C7 will be played, I guess. Knight c5. Wow. Okay. Also possible.
Okay, so now the knight is threatening the bishop. If the bishop moves back, then the knight can capture in the middle of the board, exploiting the fact that even though that pawn was protected, it was also protecting the white knight, giving black a pawn up. However, you can... Oh my gosh!
I was about to say, is there a sacrifice on d6 or e5? This is brilliant. Knight d6, queen d6, d4, and also this queen takes g5. This is brilliant by Pranav. No, this is why I didn't like knight c5. Intuitively, it felt wrong. I just wanted to go bishop c7 before, hold the position. This is a great move by Pranav. And Sadhwani, is he in trouble? Knight takes b3.
Yeah, no, bishop takes pawn now, no, right?
Oh, wow, and f6, queen takes g5. That's awesome.
Oh, now the bishop is in time to protect the knight while simultaneously giving a check on the king. This is some really complicated lines, but after queen takes knight, the idea was that black would lose the game as the queen and bishop were working together for a checkmate while simultaneously attacking the queen. We are going into an Armageddon situation, and that means we need a repeat of your explanation, Lawrence. You need to tell us more about how this bidding procedure will work.
Well, let's not jinx it just yet. The game is losing for black, but he has to actually... Yeah, Sadhwani, he's annoyed. You can see you've got queen h4 check. He knows this is losing. Okay, very quickly.
Okay, but I mean, I got insecure. Because, like, black is threatening this rook and this bishop at the same time.
Yeah, it's not, like, over, right? So I think we should wait. Because finding the solution here is...
So what is the situation? White is already down a piece.
Exactly.
And two things are being attacked.
So how does he want to get out of this? It doesn't look clear to me at all. Do you see the tactic?
No, but I do feel like there is some situations in which white is up 5 pawns in an endgame.
That can happen. That's been known to happen.
But
But
I would not be confident winning 5 pawns for a bishop. Bishops are so good. And like, as long as white has all of these pawns, notice how the white rooks are unable to get into the game because the pawns are blocking.
right.
So like black, if there's like some trades and black survives the immediate attack, then it could be fine. Because the black rooks will get into play very easily.
Knight b7. Wow.
That's
On
a
earth?
cool move.
But I don't get it. So if I go queen d7, or queen e7, sorry.
Queen takes
Queen-
bishop
queen
takes
E-
f6.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, then bishop d6.
Okay,
I guess
take
the
on
idea
b7.
in take.
No, if you take on f8, I take on a1. I mean,
Yeah,
this is
and take on f6 maybe.
Yeah, but we're now getting into deep computer territory where humans are just not really capable of.
I think
assessing.
white is going to end up down a piece.
I didn't like queen d7. Why didn't he put the queen on e7? And he's shaking his head like, why did I allow bishop takes f6? He's a bit tilted, Raunak.
No, but takes. He's still up a piece.
No, I understand, but
He's down 6 pawns at this stage, though.
yeah.
6 pawns. That's incredible. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before.
6 pawns are overrated, you know? You would be in heaven being 6 pawns up, knowing your 1 pawn is.
Well,
already
against
getting
the
you
bishop
excited.
pair, I don't know. That would be a difficult call for me.
I'm surprised you're not all in with the pawns.
Well, I may love the bishop pair even more.
Wow. Because a bishop looks like a big pawn?
I'm not sure that's entirely why. Oh no, he blundered.
Aye.
Check.
Why?
check.
Why?
No, I don't know.
Exactly. It's just not clear at all why that's a blunder. Check.
No, I thought I saw something, but I was imagining things.
You saw ghosts.
Yeah, but this e5 move is incredibly strong. So
What?
basically the idea is that white should try and get the knight back to d6.
I don't understand.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, if he plays knight d6, I'm just leaving the broadcast. Because it's just, what is this move?
Well, knight
don't even get
d6,
it.
then rook takes bishop, right?
Exactly. And if it's the
So-
best move... I'm
Which is
just
why
leaving.
you need to prepare it with something like e5. And if
E5?
e5, if then you take the queen, the knight, the queen comes
Yes,
in.
okay, I get it. That one I get, because the queen is on prise. But e5 looks so loose as well. You lose.
Yeah,
the
but then
rook.
you're sacrificing your rook.
Yeah,
Okay, so one of the main ideas for black is to sacrifice the rook for the bishop. Oh, he does play e5.
okay. That I
So
can...
what he should have done, he should have gone queen g5 first and then e5, because that forces the black king to stand in front of the rook so that the rook cannot sacrifice itself for a bishop. This is just a tremendously tricky position. And it just went from +9 that white had an advantage at the size of 9 pawns to the computer now saying it's equal. White
Yeah, I
in
mean-
this position that we're coming to now, white has 6 pawns for 2 bishops. Oh, and now the computer is even saying advantage for black.
Yeah, and you can see why. I mean... two
Yeah,
bishop-
no, and there's no more attack. You just take the
Yeah.
last attacking piece.
Well, I think he's
Well,
trying to...
actually,
assert-
the rook is coming.
Yeah. I like knight c2 there, but okay. Queen takes, how bad can it be? You're down a lot of pieces here. You're down a lot of pieces.
Imagine Raunak survives this. That would
Well,
be
I believe he will.
crazy.
I truly believe he will now. I think he'll find a way still. Okay, but precision is the word. And how do you be precise here?
So this rook is getting into the attack. Black is up 3 pieces. Black is up 2 bishops and a knight. But the king is completely without any pawns to defend it. White has 8 pawns. Black has 2.
And Raunak's
All Black
just,
needs to do is survive for a draw. So yeah, he's just trying to make a queen trade. That makes sense.
yeah, and he was shaking his head like, what on earth is going on here? He can't quite believe he's got 3 extra pieces on the board currently, and he's not actually winning, and it's quite extraordinary. And he's just like, how is this happening now? Why in this game? But okay, queen h7 on the board. I like this move a lot because if queen g5, king f7, this is a lovely move, queen h7 actually.
Yeah, just getting the queen into defense. And white cannot allow the trade of queens. So why are you spending time? Oh
Well,
no,
queen
he's
g5
considering the trade of queens and then taking the bishop and then taking this pawn. And then he will have 7 pawns for 2 pieces.
Yeah, but those positions you tend to lose quite easily, I think.
I would think
Like-
so.
No?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, like, you can't. Do you know how much time at times it takes? Like 6 moves to queen 1 pawn, and to queen 3 pawns you take 18 moves, and like by that time the opponent will have created some kind of checkmating attack against your king. But also black is down to just 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're
He
both
needs to
close
speed
now.
up.
Okay, queen g3, king f7 on the board.
Yeah, the queen comes in, attacking the bishop together with the rook. You only have 1 defensive move.
Queen
Why
f5
is black
exists.
thinking?
Queen f5 exists.
No, because queen f5, then queen e7. Is
Oh,
checkmate.
queen e7. Damn. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Goodness. Yeah.
So
rook
he
e8,
just
yeah.
spent over 20 seconds on the absolute only move in the position.
Oh
but
wow!
then-
And queen d7 check. Look at these tactics.
Yeah, another sacrifice from white, but it actually just leads to trades.
Yeah.
And
now
black
queen
is
f7.
still up 2 pieces. But now with a
Yes.
safe king. White is out of attacking pieces.
Okay,
7
safe.
pawns more for white now.
Queen f6.
The computer is saying this is better for white in the end game. Did you see that? The
Yeah.
eval went up for white if there was a queen trade.
Oh my goodness.
Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
because actually, after the queen trade, can you go king g1, knight c2, king f1, and the knight is trapped?
He gets another chance. Black still offering the queen trade, white avoiding it.
And white a whole minute up. The reason he's avoiding it actually is he wants to make a few more moves, get a few seconds off the clock, and then maybe make the trade. But he can go
But-
queen e. No, he.
Yeah, no, but then black might decide, let's not make a queen trade anymore.
Yeah, really tricky stuff. Really tough. Really tough to
'Cause-
call. this
Yeah, no,
one.
but now the queen is optimally placed.
Yes.
So if black just stops offering the queen trade and just moves the king back and forth,
Yes.
black is doing fine.
Yes.
The biggest mistake black can do now is offer the queen trade. Because then this knight on a1 is struggling getting back into the game.
Correct.
So this is, if Raunak survives this game, he will qualify to the knockout stages of the global championship on chess.com. And that is a guaranteed prize of $5,000. And the first prize in the knockout stage is $200,000. So a lot on the line here for the players, but it does seem as though Raunak has gotten his knight out of the corner. The knight now about to join the queen in an attacking fashion towards the white f2 pawn. The knight coming back into play. Black now has 47 seconds to decide this game in their favor. That's not a lot of time. The good news is that Pranav is also down to just 40 something seconds.
Oh, g3 looks loose. Goodness me. 96.
Could have taken
Like,
this pawn. Yeah, I think he
I
just missed it.
Well, I like what he's done, actually. I think.
Oh, this is a draw minimum. Repetition of moves. You only need a draw. Wow, how does he not see that? That's a repetition. That is shockingly bad from Sadhwani, but he might make it anyway because Pranav is actually now lower on time than he is. Knight to h3 was an immediate repetition of moves. He's instead chosen to go for the win, and well, it might actually work out for him because now he's up on time and he's up on the board. But there's a lot of checks still happening. I don't understand why he didn't just
did really well here, Pranav, to get this construction. Really good.
Oh, he goes
He's
for
going.
the trade
He's
of
going to
queen.
try and flag him now. Let's see how fast he is. He has to go quick. Oh no.
Yeah, no, losing that pawn on d4 kind of ruined everything,
That's
and
it.
he just resigns the game. An incredible final. Pranav sacrificed everything. He started out here sacrificing his knight, and then he gobbled up all the pawns, and like it was just the most tremendous game of sacrifices. But heroic defense from Sadhwani gives him the second win in a row in this playoff, and he's off to the knockout stages of the Global Chess Championship. We're going to take a break. Then we're going to be back with an interview. The man of the hour, Raunak Sadhwani, will be joining us when we return. We're back with the Chess.com Global Championship, and we're joined by the winner of this very exciting playoff, Raunak Sadhwani. Congratulations. What a final game. How are you feeling while your king is being chased all around the board?
When I was playing the game, I was pretty confident that I should have a draw. But after the game is over, I see that I was probably lost at one point.
Yeah, no, we were looking at the eval bar and we were looking at all of those white pawns. And at some point, white could have made the trade of queens going into an endgame I have never seen before with a bishop and a knight versus 6 pawns. Did you have a chance to look at that, or what are your thinking? What is your thinking about such an endgame?
Yeah, I was happy to go to the end game because I thought, okay, with 2 pieces, I should make a draw at least easily. So it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and it was interesting, Rana, because the first game actually went very smoothly for you, you could say. I mean, it was, and you felt confident, and he played I mean, he's a really underrated player. Do you know much about him? Because I don't know much about him. He's your countryman. Have you played him before, or what's his story?
Yeah, he's definitely underrated. He's soon going to become a grandmaster, I'm pretty sure. I played him once and he was playing pretty well. He's like a trickster.
But he's more than a trickster. He showed a lot more. We saw a few of his games throughout the tournament. I mean, he really did play very well. So it doesn't surprise me at all that he'll be a grandmaster soon. Raunak, what does this mean for you? You win $5,000 minimum, which is already a huge amount of money, and then you win the money for today, and then you get to play against all these great players in the next stage. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's awesome. Even the money factor and also playing against top grandmasters, it's like awesome. And hopefully I can keep going further in the knockouts as well.
Wow. Well, congratulations. Thank you for the amazing display, especially in this playoff. A queen sacrifice to win the first one, and then just capturing everything and running away with your king in the second. It was a joy to follow. And with that being said, we do need to look at the prices that Raunak now has secured himself for this second place. He got the $600, but most importantly, he qualified to the next phase of the Chess.com Global Championship. He qualified to the knockout stage, and the prices there are like nothing you've ever seen before. Even if you get knocked out in the first round, you secure yourself $5,000. But I assure you, a player of Raunak's ability, he has bigger ambitions than being knocked out immediately. And he's definitely going to be vying for one of those amazing prizes for the top finishes. And with that, this coverage of the global Chess.com Global Championship is over. But fret not, there will be more coming in just 45 minutes.
Yeah, unbelievable. 2 of these tournaments every Monday and Friday for the next couple of weeks at least. So if you want to see more action, do stick around. There'll be a new set of commentators to join you, but I'm sure there'll be just as exciting action on the board. It's been a pleasure. Thanks, Jon Ludwig. And thanks to everybody watching and for hanging out with us. As I say, another tournament to come next in 45 minutes. But from us, it's goodbye. Take care.